Hello, my astrology friends. This is Lada from astrolada.com, and these are your November 2025 horoscopes. This month we have Divine Trine, Grand Trine in water. Multiple times it's being formed. Saturn and Jupiter holding a perfect trine the whole month, and it's completed by Mercury, by Venus, by the Sun, by the new moon. The Grand Trine in water is the most healing energy we can get. There will be some spontaneous healings outside for many of you, internally, externally. The Grand Trine is the perfect triangle, the equilateral triangle through which the divine blesses us. Anytime there is outpouring of blessings, this can happen through a Grand Trine, extremely harmonious energies, guys, and we'll speak how it affects each one of you, where you can benefit the most from. Yes, we have Mercury retrograde, Jupiter turning retrograde, but the divine blessings are there helping us, even if there is some little crisis from time to time, that we can take the highest decision, that we can act from the highest possible way. And so I'm very excited about the November horoscopes, but I also am ready with the 2026 video horoscopes, 2 hours, 2 or more hours for each of the 12 signs. You can order your sun, moon, or rising just for half price if you want the package of 3. And for early birds, it's only $19 per sign, or less than 40 for all 3 signs, or 120 for all 12 signs. My work of love, I've been working for the last month on these video horoscopes. It's exciting, and they're available. Thousands of people get them every year. This is my best project and my most loved, where I pour all my heart. Now let's begin with November and the blessings. Aries, Sun, Moon, or Rising, November 2025. Aries, the whole month, and even October and the whole of December, Saturn and Jupiter are in perfect trine. It's very rare that they'll hold a trine for such a long time, but because Jupiter is starting to turn retrograde in your fourth house, Saturn towards the end of the month is turning direct, so they're staying at the same degrees the whole month. And this is happening for you in houses that are more private, about your personal life. And these are also so-called moksha houses, liberation from attachment, liberation from something that has a hold on you, especially psychological control, psychological hold on you. Jupiter is in your fourth house, which is our programming from childhood, is our base feeling and emotional state, being stabilized by Saturn. But at the same time, Saturn in the 12th house is about past life, or memory. It's about the past. The 12th house is connected to past lives, the past, and self-sabotaging behaviors like addictions that we're not very conscious about, but we do because of a compulsion of some sort. And when those two planets are trining the whole month in those psychological houses, it will be easier for you to let go and release either early childhood programming, and family ancestral behaviors of some sort, even early traumas. Fourth house for some of us is, if everyone has some traumas from their childhood, from the ancestral line as well. And Jupiter turning direction around the 12th of November is saying that here you'll be rethinking something, seeing it in a different way. You change direction, how you're doing things at home, for example, how your attitude towards your parents, your attitude towards your family. There might be the need to review the dynamics of the family. Or for some of you, it might be on more practical level. Maybe you're doing something with home, with place of living renovations, or trying to move or relocate. When Jupiter goes retrograde from the 12th for the next 3 months after that, it can indicate that you need to put some extra effort there, maybe do it in a more different way. There might be some delays. Of course, it is Jupiter after all, retrograde, so retrograde planet can do some delays in anything to do with home, with family. But because it's a benefic planet, even with the slower pace, and the re-examining of some things from the past or to do with property, with real estate, the final result will be more positive, especially by the time Jupiter turns direct next year in 2026. Because Jupiter always tends to give its best, even when retrograde, to improve the situation of the fourth house, your psychological well being. But there is this introspective moment when you're looking within and trying to, as I said, liberate yourself. There's a house of liberation from the old ways of doing things, which requires a period of introspection as well. You might come back to a previous for Jupiter going retrograde in the fourth houses. You might be reconnecting with family members you haven't seen for a while, or you might be and trying to heal and improve a relationship or with family members, extended family members, or maybe something to do with place of living, as I said, or going back to a place you used to be before, or deciding, because a retrograde planet gives us an alternative look at things, to look at them in a different way, to see them in a different way, anything to do with home, with family, with your base and foundation, and with your psychological and emotional mental health. Because fourth house is the house of happiness. And when we don't have happiness, we have mental health issues. Jupiter day is truly trying to heal us with the trine of Saturn is becoming easier. Jupiter is allowing you with its trine to Saturn to release psychological attachments to the past as well, to heal addictive behaviors, something that has a strong hold on you. Saturn is a strong hold on you that is hard to let go of. Everyone has some self-sabotaging behaviors they're doing, whether it's with food, whether it's with substances, whether it's with ways to cope and to self-medicate because of mental health issue as well. You see, fourth, 12th house, 8th house is very much about mental health and psychological transformation, all three houses. And they'll be making a grand trine. First, the sun will make a grand trine by joining Jupiter and Saturn in a trine. Then Venus will make it, then Mercury will make it by the end of the month. So we'll have some beautiful, perfect configuration, perfect grand trine in water to release, to heal. So there's healing of the wounded child inside of you, healing of long-standing traumas, even traumas that are not from this lifetime, but from many lifetimes, because the soul carries those things in a subconscious level. So there is this magical alchemical process that will be happening inside of you, areas that might not be even visible for those outside. It's not a very active, those fourth and eighth and 12th houses, they're private houses, but inside of you, something magical is happening. Something close to, chemical, psychological transformation, allowing you to release the past and to heal. And that's why they say the eighth house, where the new moon is on the 20th as well, where we have Venus. You see, everything is there. Eighth house, fourth, 12. But the eighth house is spontaneous healings, because we, on some deep level, we have a emotional, psychological release and emotional and psychological transformation of some painful feelings. And there is even this kind of energy of purging a little bit. These are houses of purging. And hopefully by the end of this period, even into December, because Mercury will be retrograde also in your eighth house, and Jupiter goes retrograde in your fourth house that we talked about. Hopefully, by the end of this process, you'd be much freer psychologically, emotionally, and have overcome some inner demons, let's say, this way, and even helped you release certain addictions, attachments. This is very, very rare and healing opportunity, or just working with a psychologist, or going within, introspecting, and or it might even happen naturally without making an effort, just somehow, because the planets align in a grand trine. This is when the gods, the higher beings, help us free ourselves in the water grand trine in particular, healing and emotional stronger connection. These are the houses where we have intimacy, the eighth house, deep bonding with loved ones and family, the fourth house. Um, and here as well, it's an opportunity for healing through deep bonding and opening yourself to someone's intimacy or to receive help from others, the eighth house. Of course, we're going to have Mercury retrograde. Let's go through that as well. First, Mercury meets Mars on the week between the 9th and the 15th. That gets a little bit more steamy, let's say. This week from the 9th to the 15th, Mercury is retrograde, conjunct Mars. This whole week they're together. So if it's more possible to be easily provoked, actually Aries will deal with that easier than other signs because it's making a trine to you. But you might be asked to defend some truth. Ninth house is your truth. You might be asked or provoked to defend or to examine some moral choice you have in your life. Or you might be asked to be arranging and dealing with ninth houses law and some legal matters, for example, or matters about documents and papers for foreign residents, or maybe some educational ninth house education, teaching, learning, enlightenment, something that you're asked to do there to put more effort with this Mercury retrograde to correct, to change, or even to ninth house is how do we our future plans. Mercury retrograde there with Mars asks us maybe to make some important decision to correct the course or the plans we have for the future. And it might be, that you decide to pre-qualify or you're examining that you need certain knowledge to continue ahead, that you reorient yourself towards your beliefs in some way, towards your ideological affiliations, that there is a questioning there about your beliefs and ideological affinity. But of course, there can be like clash of opinions about beliefs with other people. That's one way. Or it can be about preaching. Nine house Mercury, Mars, they can be the need to preach or connecting with people from faraway countries or different spiritual or religious or ideological belief systems that you need to clarify something there with. But actually, even Mercury retrograde is helping you because it's in a fire sign, so is Mars, to be more productive, to be more efficient as well. So it's not just all this water and emotional things there for you. There might be the need to revise some project that is educational, or when it comes to traveling, be a bit more careful between the 9th and the 15th. This is one of the houses of traveling. Because Mercury retrograde with Mars, there can be surprises, unexpected developments, some things that, well, I'm traveling exactly those weeks. Wow, way to go. Yeah. And the good news is, yes, new beginnings, and then Mercury goes retrograde into the eighth house, which happens, let me check exactly when is it. Mercury moves to Scorpio from the 20th, pretty much on the day of the new moon. So there is new beginnings there in this eighth house, but also something from the past. And it's about discovering some secret or some information that is very important because this Mercury retrograde there is part of the new moon opposite Uranus. So there can be some surprising information that comes around this new moon 20th, a bit earlier, a bit later. And it can be very private, intimate information because it's connected to the eighth house. And that can, surprise you, let's say the least. Plus, the eighth house is about mutual finances, resources together with a partner. There can be some important developments there, changing direction, having to rebudget something, having to talk out how much you give, how the partner give, having to redistribute in some way valuable. So, if you do tasks together with another person, how to make it more fair, that is fair on both sides. There can be some intimacy conversations in a romantic relationships, for example. about more private, more taboo topics. Or you might be researching and investigating something. Mercury retrograde in Scorpio in the eighth house is very good about digging down, going down the rabbit hole, whether it's conspiracies or secrets or some more taboo topics, some more psychological or even astrological, esoteric, not surface, very deep topics that your mind will be focused on. Um, and it can also can mean dealing with taxes, as we said, with insurances or some inheritances as well, mutual finances with others, money that you owe others or money that's owed to you. But there is this new beginning, and yet because there is a new moon in your eighth house, but at the same time a retrograde planet there, Mercury retrograde. So yeah, there is this theme of completing something old, starting something new as well when it comes to all those topics. Very psychological indeed. And Saturn is turning direct in your 12th house for the last time in the next 30 years. So Saturn has been in your 12th house for the last 3 years almost. It's not always the easiest position of Saturn. And around the 30th, when is it? Very late, yeah, 28th of November, Saturn is going to start turning direct. And in February, it leaves fully Pisces and enters our sign. So again, there is this promise of, especially if there's some stuck situation connected with mental health, 12th house is very much connected to that. It starts getting us unstuck. It starts moving forward. It starts improving, but you'll feel it more towards, yeah, the end of December. And Jupiter is helping all the time with the trine. And Saturn moving direct already going towards Neptune again. It's about a powerful release of something that is, as we said, it can be self-sabotaging, it can be addiction or something that is holding you hostage. 12 houses, like something that feels like prison for you. It might be mental, it might be physical limitation, or being restrained, because Saturn in the 12th house carries the energy of prison, metaphorical or real. And that thing starts getting resolved with Saturn moving ahead. That things in the mental health, hopefully, or sometimes Saturn in the 12th house is about blockages connected to foreign countries that they start getting resolved, or blockages connected to sleep, problems with sleep. Again, Saturn turning direct, it will start improving. Maybe towards December, you'd feel it more. Oh, if there were some issues connected to expenses, because Saturn in the 12th house rules expenses, it starts getting resolved again, moving forward. And that's before the clean slate, which when Saturn enters Aries, it is like a, deleting previous karmic load and starting a new 28-year cycle. And Saturn now in the 12th house is just ending a lot of the old things in your life, allowing you to detach. Remember, Jupiter is also helping. The new moon in Scorpio is also helping to allow you to detach from the past. And it might be past that you've been stuck with for years and years, for Saturn cycle of 28 years. Something, or maybe half Saturn cycle, 14, or one quarter, 7, but it's something long lasting that has been in your life, that has been maybe like a burden, maybe like a restriction, maybe like a difficulty, or almost like a karmic burden you've been carrying around. That, again, it, and you will be able to release it. Maybe you'll feel it stronger and stronger when Saturn enters Aries, but now with it turning direct for the last time in the 12th house is also a very powerful moment of release, where you can receive again this detachment with the past and healing and moving forward. So there you go, Aries. Yeah, Mars is very active in your ninth house, will be supporting you pretty much the whole of November with a trine. So you won't feel just drowning in water with all those water planets. I know for fire signs, it can feel a bit overwhelming because water puts out fire. and it puts all your energy internally, personal life. But there is also support from Mars, which is helping you have that spark, because there was no fire planets in the whole of October. There is thankfully some fire, Mars in Sagittarius in November, and the Sun from the 21st, 22nd of November will also move into Sagittarius, Venus at some point as well. So the more we go into December, the closer towards the end of November, the more we'll start feeling ourselves, we'll start feeling more optimistic. Sun coming out of the 12th house of the very deep topics is the 8th house, kind of intense and life and death, and feeling that big chemical transformation, psychological shadow work, all of those things is the 8th house. And when the sun starts coming out after the new moon on the 20th, at the last degrees in Scorpio, you'd feel like light has come up to maybe, let's say, 23rd, 24th. There is this feeling of lightness. And already Mars is, as I said, it's good if you want to be physically active. Already from the beginning of November, from the 5th of November, Mars entering into a fire sign, you'd have more motivation. Like I usually really work hard these months in the autumn, workout. Haven't been able to. And as I said, when there is so much water, which we're having also in October and now in November, they can be purging through, sometimes through let's say through a flu, because the flu is the body burning the old stuff, burning the toxic things. They can be uh, uh, because the psyche is preparing for transformation, so it can sometimes be with lower energy. Maybe you can see from my video, being having a lot of lower energy and inflammation and so on. So this is gonna go more, and we'll feel more stronger after the 5th of November, when Mars goes into a fire sign, strengthens our immune systems, helps us fight better. And then even more when the sun starts coming into Sagittarius as well. And Venus joins, and Mercury at the very end of the month, Mercury turns direct in your 8th house. So complications with finances, or some secret information or hidden money or resources from others, such complications start getting resolved and becoming more toward, without surprises and yeah, sorry. They're really very hard for me to think with when everything is in water these days. I'm pretty in one leg in the real world, one leg into the afterlife, pretty much with that. So thank you so much, Aries. Hope that was helpful. Happy healing. Taurus, Sun, Moon, Rising, November 2025. Taurus, the whole November is just water, 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 water. Everything is in water. I mean, Jupiter is turning retrograde around the 10th or 12th in Cancer, and there's new moon in Scorpio, and there's Saturn turning direct in Pisces this month. So, but water for you is good because you're Earth, and Earth holds water, so you feel more aligned to yourself. I mean, for people with lots of fine air, that can feel a bit overwhelming, too much water. But for Earth signs, water is source of life. It's very supportive energy, and there will be a grand trine in water. And for you, the water houses, there will be a few grand trines. The whole October, the whole November, the whole December, Jupiter and Saturn are holding a perfect trine, which is very rare. Beneficial, the higher forces of growth and stability. Jupiter is growth, Saturn is stability. They're harmonized. And where can this growth and stability comes to you? Well, it comes from social. These are social houses from you. The social houses are other people, whether it's your neighbors, your colleagues, your friends, your boyfriends, girlfriends, other people. These are your social houses. So ask for support and you will receive it. This is from others. Somehow, with so many planets in your water sign, it's telling you this month build bridges. You can meet some people that can be extremely beneficial for you because Saturn and Jupiter trine, it might be an acquaintance, it might be someone online, or it might be a closer person. I don't know, but this person can become a source of growth or source of opportunity for you, some help or stabilization or soothing you in some way. Also, relationships can be improved if you've had some problems in your relationships. They can start improving gradually because Jupiter and Saturn are holding a trine there. Maybe very good time also to do something in a team with people, sorry, to partner with others, to examine previous relationships, because we have some planets direct, some retrograde. Let's examine them first. First, Jupiter, Mercury is turning retrograde in your eighth house with Mars there, and they meet together the week of the 9th till the 15th. That can feel more triggering. Mercury and Mars, there can be some fights about eighth house matters for some of you, mine versus yours, how much you give of your time or emotions or feelings versus me, or maybe some secrets or some confidential information that you're working with, or maybe something to do with taxes that you have to resolve. It's a retrograde planet after all, or introspection into the hidden motivation that you have, some psychological complexes that you're trying to research and understand why you what's the reason for this motivation. Or maybe you might have to do rebudget, replan together with a partner because the eighth house is other people's resources with the partner. There might be some needs for take action Mars and rethink the strategy when it comes to investments, resources, insurances, inheritances, taxes, or hidden money. And there can be some expense that comes to you through another, or something to do with loans and banks that will be into the epicenter, or about resources, yours and others somehow. Hopefully not with fighting, because Mars can get a bit heated, and in the eighth house is more like a power struggles of some sort. Just be aware if you feel more triggered this week, 9th till the 15th. This is the Mercury Mars conjunction in the fiery Sagittarius in the eighth house. But it's also about psychological breakthroughs and realizations. And then Mercury moves towards your seventh house, where it will be retrograde from the 20th, from the 19th, 20th, and will stay there till the 12th of December. So 20 days there, but it will be retrograde only till the 30th of November. So only the last, how many degrees? 10 degrees of of Taurus will feel it very strongly. So if you're from 20 degrees Taurus to 20 degrees Taurus, especially the last 10 days, the last 15 days of November, you're going to feel this Mercury retrograde quite strong. The last 20 degrees of Scorpio, from 20 till 30 degrees, Sun, Moon, or Rising, Mercury will oppose you. So that's very Mercury retrograde period for you. Of course, you have to be careful not to misplace passwords, to secure confidential information with your phones, with your cars, with any kind of more mundane things. And when you have plans, maybe you're meant to meet someone, but it falls through. You're having meetings, but it falls through in some way. Things go up in the air. The universe wants to take you out of your comfort zone a little bit, especially when it comes to mundane, practical, material things, because Mercury rules those things. You might have to revise something, go over it, or correct it, or see that the way you've planned to do something is not going to work. So you maybe have to try something different. That's very Mercurial thing. But Mercury gives you a chance to see things from a different perspective and even do them better, because it's kind of a skewed view, a different view, an already existing situation. And that situation might be concerning relationships as well. So a different view of the relationship. the need to communicate something with a partner that was not said, that needs to be said and brought to the surface as well, especially those last 10 degrees of Taurus, and Uranus is back into your sign, Taurus, pretty much from the beginning of the month. Uranus comes back into your sign from the 10th again, 9th. Only the last 3 degrees Uranus will be felt, but again, you get it gets more active, it gets more unstable. And this Mercury retrograde can bring people from the past that you need to connect with in the last 10, 15 days of the month. Maybe boyfriend or girlfriend you haven't seen, someone you broke up with and you haven't had a closure can come back, or you can hear from friends or relatives or someone. Like many times I end up meeting friends I haven't seen for a while when Mercury is retrograde in my seventh house from the ascendant. But as Mercury retrograde, there is a possibility, because it will oppose Uranus, of some crisis for a little bit. That your schedule is up in the air, that you have to quickly figure out plan B, plan C to organize yourself, but to organize yourself in a better way than your original plan. And it might be about also, when it comes to relationship, having to clarify something in a relationship. To Mercury really wants to play the game, the rules of the game fairly. So and you have Venus also in Scorpio, so it's helping you when it comes to relationship. If there is some more critical situation there, to be more diplomatic, to be kinder, even the response from others to be kinder. But look, so much happening in that seventh house, whether it's one-on-one relationships with clients, rethinking some relationship, giving ultimatum to a boyfriend, girlfriend, or talking out with a partner, something that you want things to be somehow differently, or partner wants to talk out things with you. You see, because first Mercury is retrograde in the eighth house, which is of intimacy, also mutual finances and resources, who gives how much, who receives. And then Mercury continues to be retrograde in another relational house. This can be a re-evaluation of a relationship, maybe someone you don't, and it's not always like marriage relationship. It can be like, I haven't been in touch with those clients, I need to contact them, or I don't think I need to have those people in my life. And you know possibly I don't like this aspect of the relationship. So maybe revising who is in your social media, who is in your everyday um, people that you meet. And yeah, and sometimes it's about completing a project together with a partner. Mercury retrograde requires you to put some extra effort there. But the funny thing is that there is also a new moon in your seventh house on the 20th, when Mercury enters there. And that new moon indicates that with opposition Uranus, exactly opposition Uranus, surprising developments in relationships. Something new comes to you through others. Something new comes through you through your partner, or maybe you're revising how you do relationship, but this also births a new aspects of how you do relationship. So you revise a relationships in of some kind of a relationship, personal or business, or a contract of some sort. Of course, Mercury retrograde there can delay contracts a little bit till the rules are agreed upon. And then you come up with more balanced relationship eventually. Or you take some decision, some important decision. But there is this energy of newness and also of rethinking something. Wow. And then Mercury goes direct on the 9th, I think on the 12th, in your third house. Mercury, sorry, not Mercury, Jupiter goes direct in your third house. It's not direct retrograde. I'm sorry, guys. It's very, I have a cold and with so much water in my horoscope. It's everything in my 12th, 8th, 4th, not fully there. And Jupiter goes retrograde for the next 3, 4 months in your third house. Maybe again, we have this theme here that you'll be connecting more with maybe schoolmates from before, maybe workmates from before, maybe rethinking. There is this introspective side of third house Jupiter, who do you allow into your consciousness, everyday consciousness? What information do you put in your head? And maybe you decide that to eliminate, because a retrograde planet thinks back like, okay, what is third house is what information comes to you on a daily basis. Do you watch the news, or do you spend so much time on X or on Instagram, or do you read things that upset you? Or do you argue with people online? Jupiter now retrograde there will give you a very deep realization about which people harm you and which people help you. It's doing pretty much the same like Mercury retrograde in your seventh house, with even more insight. So you might decide to remove or to realize how useful some people are in your life and reconnect with them, because you possibly didn't see the value for them. But getting in touch with people, and they might not be personal relations, they might be professional as well, that you reconnect with, that you do something together in a team or in a group environment as well. Jupiter going retrograde in your third house can also be about something to do with your car and transportation device that you're fixing or redoing. My husband is Taurus moon, and that's pretty much in November. They're taking our car because it has insurance to kind of do the repairs the insurance is paying. So we'll be for kind of a bit without a car for a few weeks, possibly as well. Third house is about yeah, really kind of going back and some skills. Third house rules your skills. So when Jupiter goes retrograde, you might be asked to use skills you haven't used for a while that you already know, and do something important with them as well. Or you might be going over some project you've been working on, commercial, business. Third house is anything you write, you speak, or media work. You might be correcting it, improving some papers, documents, and that's like 1 to 3 months. And then Saturn goes direct at the end of the month, 28, 29, in your 11th house. So if there's some complications with friends or delays in long-term goals and dreams, or with earnings and gains, it starts getting resolved. This is the last time for the next 30 years Saturn will be retrograde and is turning direct in your 11th house. Maybe you can start seeing the results now from more towards December. The results of, if you've been working on some long-term goal or dream of yours, some long-term project goal, when Saturn starts turning direct in your 11th house, you start seeing, and it becomes easy, and you maybe start seeing the results of it. Also, it's if there was some problems with elder siblings, or 11th house also rules friends and social circle, or the collective, maybe colleagues or whatever, that it starts getting resolved as well. And if there are some issues with income and financial gains, which is also the 11th house, Saturn turning direct there says that very likely there'll be a change of wind. So a complicated situation can get resolved. There's a shifting. So 11th house is friendships, it's social connections, is gainfulness, is the money your business does, is the bonuses you get if you get anything like that, the salary you get. It's the support you get from the government as well, is the 11th house, because the government is the 10th. So if you're hoping for anything like that, this comes towards the end of November, when Saturn starts turning direct. So you see, Taurus, you see, it's like everything for you except Mars is in those social houses. Reach out to others, connect to others, decide, and you'll be very intuitive. And the planets will show you, because they're in such harmonious aspects. Others first can help you a lot this month. Second, relationship, something very important can happen in relationship, but because it's grand trines all the way, grand trines, even if there is some temporary crisis or some decision you have to take because of Mercury retrograde, the opposite Uranus, it is temporary and it's for good. And even if you're removing someone from your life, it's again to free you, to liberate you. Water signs are liberating, uh, to heal you somehow, but also others will help you. And things in your personal, say, romance or in relationship, if you've been having problems, um, it should it's like a very pivotal moment in November. It should be, and by the start of December, it should be resolved because Jupiter is making trine to Mercury, Saturn is making trine to Mercury, and Mercury has turned direct at the beginning of December already. But something very pivotal might be developing in your life through others. So you just might be meeting people more or communicating or having to work with people more in some way. So, and the new moon eclipse, not eclipse, new moon in Scorpio is also in your seventh house. Other people, very pivotal, very important. Thank you. Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising, November 2025. Gemini, everything is in water signs. There is Grand Trine, the most harmonious configuration that the universe, the Holy Trinity, basically, that can happen, supporting us the whole of November. And it's happening for you. Look, exactly in the second, sixth, and 10th houses. It's supporting your material situation in life. These are houses of mm, finances, the second house of paying the bills, being materially secure, sixth house of work, your duties, responsibilities, organizing your life, your daily routines, 10th house, your career, vocation. So the practical side of life, the universe is pouring its blessing on you when it comes to the practical side. Jupiter and Saturn are holding a trine the whole of November. It's very rare for them to hold such a harmonious aspect so long, and the whole of December. Then then the Sun makes completes that trine. Then the new moon completes that trine. Then Venus completes that trine, and Mercury gradually through November. All the planets keep passing, and those other planets in Scorpio here keep completing it to be a perfect equilateral triangle, which is the most blessed configuration for possible. So there is healing or support of the universe when it comes to practical material matters for you. So try and get, to benefit the most, because sometimes when we have grand trines, uh, we might not benefit, even though it's such great energy. So, in order for you to benefit, you need to also make a little bit of an effort. So, try to concentrate your efforts into daily routines, for example, sorting out your health habits. These are very practical, material things. Um, your health habits can really be supportive in some way if you introduce new search, getting that work done. If you have any responsibilities and duties, get them down. If the house needs cleaning, organizing, if the office or if some job needs completing, especially when Mercury is also retrograde in the sixth house, starting it goes retrograde first in your seventh, then goes to the sixth house from the 20th of November. But I would say try and sort out the practical side of your life to benefit the most from this grand trine. Maybe if you need to find a job, now can be the time. Maybe if you need to ask for a promotion, why not now? Saturn is trine with Jupiter. Maybe if you need to ask for increase of money, Jupiter in your second house will be trining Saturn in the 10th house of bosses or your duties and responsibilities. Now can, for all of those things, make an effort a little bit, and the universe will help you 10 times behind. So anything to do with money, with duties, with responsibilities, with arranging something, managing something, with the practical side of life should align quite nicely. And at the beginning, though, we have Mercury and Mars meeting in your seventh house. Now, there can be one week that feels a bit more stressful, and that's from the 9th till the 15th. Because Mercury turns retrograde around the 9th, 10th of November, and at the same time is conjunct Mars. So, and it's happening around the 6 degrees, 7 degree. So if you're the first 7 degrees of Gemini, 0 to 7 degrees, you'd feel this Mercury Mars strongly the first couple of weeks. With Mercury turning retrograde, even you feel Mercury even before it turns retrograde, you know. And the first 7, 8 degrees, there would be the couple of, and especially around the 6, 7 degree when Mercury and Mars meet, 7, 5 actually, where exactly do they meet? Uh, da, 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 da. Yeah, around there. So you can feel more challenged by others, more easily triggered till the 15th, when Mercury turns retrograde on the 10th and joins Mars between the 10th and the 15th. So the earlier Geminis, watch out, trigger alert, because seventh house is other people. They can challenge you for something, or you might need to have some clarifying conversations. Hopefully, they don't run into fights with others, with a partner, with husband, wife, with boyfriend, girlfriend, with clients, with business partners, with anyone who is like a peer equal to you, other people, that something unsaid might need to be said, something from the past that was unsaid. Mercury brings it out to the surface and needs to be discussed. Even the later degrees Gemini, I advise them to be a bit more careful around this week. And you might like, because Mercury decide, it's very important for Mercury that the rules of the games are played fairly. And if someone is not keeping the rules of the game of relationships, the rules of the game of a contract, the rules of the game of association of some sort, this will have to be addressed. Maybe you say what is upsetting you to others, or others will tell you. And usually Mercury just wants to make Mercury retrograde to make a relationship more balanced, more fair, and that both follow the rules. So you might need to speak out something with others, or you might revise your attitude towards others. You might revise your attitude towards certain relationship. And in extreme cases, you might even interrupt a certain relationship if you don't see, or if they don't see equal sportsmanship from both sides, let's call it this one, or equal interest and desire to correct certain things and aspects of it. So yeah, things might be a little bit more up in the air, more surprising this week, the 9th till the 15th, because of the Mercury Mars. Mercury retrograde conjunct Mars in the seventh house, directly challenging you. But also, you might have to fix something with another person. Maybe you're working on a project with another, and the Mercury retrograde says, okay, we need to redo it. We need to act fast, Mars. We need to be quick and act logically. So it's not always about fighting. Maybe it's about redoing, fixing something, addressing something, having to mobilize your forces and your intelligence. Mars is your willpower. Mercury is your intelligence, your skills, your managing and organizational abilities to do something with another, or to revise a situation with another. But yeah, there is a possibility to be triggered as well, so watch out, especially the earlier Geminis, the first 10 degrees, let's say. And then Mercury from the 20th moves into your sixth house, which can be about completing a project at work, revising your health habits a little bit, rethinking how you can do them in a more balanced way, the rules of your health routines as well, revisiting what supplements you take, how you work out. But it happens at the same time when there is a new moon in Scorpio. So Mercury, the sun, and the moon will be at the same degree, at 28 degrees in Scorpio, and exactly opposite Uranus. So it can be this new moon also brings something brand new around the 20th of November about your job, maybe because new moon carries energies of new. Mercury retrograde carries energies of rethinking something, changing your way of thinking, changing your point of view about your health, about a job situation, about workmate, or about some project. So there is something new that can come, but also something that needs to be rethought, the strategy to be changed. Or sixth house is your schedule, your normal schedule for the day might be up in the air with something new, unexpected appearing. So you've planned, oh, I'll do this on the, this week, 20th to 25th, but ooh, surprise, surprise, Uranus, new moon in Scorpio with Mercury retrograde in your sixth house of habits, daily routines, plans, you just be prepared that your things will be a bit up in the air. You have to be more flexible to react to changing conditions faster. You're okay with that. You're Gemini. You can do those things. But there is like a lot of focus here. Look on health issues as well or work. I cannot tell you which one. Either it's your daily routines, how you take care of your health, or both, or some work task that you're completing, a new one that's starting, on new circumstances around your work that you have to adapt to. And Jupiter is going retrograde around the 11th, 12th in your second house. That's once in 12 years that Jupiter would get retrograde in your 12th house, once in 12 years. So some opportunity that were financial might come back to you over the next 4 months while Jupiter is retrograde, or 3 months. Maybe something that you were thinking about to expand or to learn something more about, because Jupiter is knowledge, and it's maybe about learning something that will increase your ability to be profitable, will increase your self ability to be self to sustain yourself. And maybe you might have to revise your spending habits. When Jupiter is in the second house, there's a lot of expenses and money from other resources come back. When it goes retrograde, you need to be a bit more conservative, let's say, and reel back certain expenses. Rethink how your attitude to resources and money is. And Jupiter in the second house retrograde is great to study, to deconstruct old beliefs about money, how you connect to money, the energy of resources, and to gain new self-worth and confidence, to reevaluate yourself at a different price, to change your pricing even, because second house is also how you value yourself, how you price yourself. So you might go through such topics with Jupiter retrograde in the second house. And maybe some things that you omitted that you maybe didn't notice, like a financial opportunity, can come back for a second chance now with Jupiter retrograde there. And it's holding a trine to Saturn all the time. Saturn is turning direct at the very end of the month in your 10th house for the last time in the next 30 years. It's not going to be anymore in your 10th house direct or retrograde anymore. And it stays December and January, and then it's out of your 10th house. But if there is some complications with your work, at your career, or they start going away now towards the end of November, or if you had some problems with authority figure or father figure or institutions or bosses, those problems starts getting resolved because Saturn is turning direct in your 10th house. It's not, maybe if you've been putting efforts towards your career to get some public recognition, to complete some project that is like a career project, or some big responsibility that you have in the world you've been working out. When Saturn turns direct, it can start showing you the results finally, or the recognition or the respect of others that you start receiving. And that is not as complicated, and it starts giving results. It starts being rewarding now. Right. You see, this is where a lot of the action happening. And Mars will be in your seventh house the whole month. Yeah, you can be much more involved with others, but of course you can be more triggered as well by others, because there is two sides to Mars, more active or more triggered. But the biggest thing is the grand trine in your second house. So maybe opportunities with money, with work, with health, with habits, with your institutions, authority figures in your practical. Put your life in order, basically, the practical, the material side of it. If you're working on some projects, maybe you finally start seeing results of them career-wise and so on. So thank you so much, Gemini. Yeah, the water is not the most joyful energy for us, but it's good, very practical for you, because it activates such houses. Thank you. Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising, November 2025. Cancer, a lot of planets are in water, like I said at the beginning. They're supporting you. You're a water sign, and we have Saturn with perfect trine with Jupiter the whole month, stabilizing. Jupiter is about growth and expansion, but with Saturn trining, it's about stability. More like stability, yes, opportunities, but also stability. And the Sun will be in Scorpio, completing the Grand Trine. The Grand Trine is the configuration of divine blessings. Venus will also make complete the Grand Trine this month. Mercury retrograde will come back and complete the Grand Trine, and into December hold up the Grand Trine between Jupiter, Saturn, Mercury. The Sun, Venus, Mercury, the new moon as well. So everything is in water. So you'd feel like a fish in water. It's you're not gonna feel out of your depth. You'd feel very supported somehow, the by the Grand Trine. But let's start first. The first couple of weeks till around the 15th, Mercury and Mars. Mercury goes retrograde on the 10th in your sixth house and meets with Mars there. So that can feel a little bit more stressful because Mercury and Mars is about arguments and fighting or confrontation or having to speak up, especially the retrograde Mercury, to speak up something that's bothering you, or and especially in regards to with colleagues, for example, if you have colleagues, sixth house rules your work environment, the colleagues, or maybe something requiring to mobilize your energy, Mars, and to correct something, to use that energy the first 2 weeks to complete a work project, to correct it, to fix it, not something, don't start something brand new, but complete such a work project, also revise some health habits that you might have. And Mercury asks you to revise and to look at them from a different perspective, maybe unhealthy habits as well, we're talking here, and introduce and with Mars, mobilize your willpower to fix something in regards to your health. And sometimes there can be some kind of inflammation with Mars in the sixth house and Mercury there. And if, especially around 9th to the 15th, you feel some conflict within you, because the sixth house rules conflict, rules also internal conflict or conflict in the body is like what we call disease. If there is such situations, it can be corrected by changing your habits, by changing your routines, by changing the supplements you take, how you eat, because sixth house rules all of those things that Mars and Mercury retrograde, they're asking you to tackle in a different way. Also, if there is some changes at your job or work, you might have to adapt there. You might have to, or on your daily routine. The first couple of weeks, you might have certain plans because six houses are your schedules. You wake up, you have this routine, you do that. But Mercury is retrograde there from the 10th, and you feel it before that from the pre shadow. So it might be your plans and schedules might be a bit up in the air, especially the first couple of weeks. So, yeah, be more adaptable. Thankfully, Cancer is an adaptable sign. And if there is some tension with colleagues, with, in your work environment, some deadlines you're chasing, maybe something you have to correct, know where it's coming from. This is Mercury, Mars in your sixth house. You want to fix there some problems, obviously. And then Mercury goes retrograde into your fifth house. So it becomes supportive because it's going to be sending a trine, but it might be after the 20th and the last 10 days of November. This Mercury retrograde might be about revisiting, redoing some fun things you haven't done in a while. Maybe there is a sport you like and you haven't picked it up in a bit and you come back to it, or some hobby or some place that you love to, because fifth house is leisure time, having fun. Mercury retrograde, the best way it can play out is like, okay, let's go to a place you used to love somewhere, or maybe do some activity that is it painting, is it writing, whatever it is for you, or maybe revise some project, creative project. If you have your own business, everything is fifth house there because it's your own baby, the fifth house. So it might be about addressing a situation with a child, with the children that you have, reconfiguring the rules of the relationship, speaking out some important situations there with your child. Oh, fifth house is also romantic partners. You might have to address certain situation with a romantic partner to and think of a maybe unsaid things that were not said to be addressed. Or sometimes it's just getting in touch with someone, romantic partner from the past that you haven't heard from, and they connect with you so you can have closure, or you can just see this person from a different prism and perspective, and you don't maybe you shift your feelings about them in some way. Or they can be the shift of the dynamics in a romantic relationships with this Mercury retrograde. But at the same time, on the 20th, we also have a new moon. So there is some old energy, Mercury retrograde, the need to introspect, to revise, whether creative project, relationship with a romantic partner, with a child. But at the same time, the new moon is about new beginnings. So it's saying there will be also new opportunities. Maybe for some of you, like a new breath of air into your romantic life comes, a new hobby together with reviving an old one, new creative ideas that you incorporate with the old ones as well, new inspiration of some sort. So there's a lot of creativity that is being, and Venus is also in your fifth house of creativity. Fifth house is the house of joy, of childlike, the inner child, of putting yourself in the center, bringing out something creative into the public eyes. And Mercury turns direct at around the 28th, 29th, 30th, the very end of November. So complications in your romantic life or with children will be sorted out from the beginning of December, let's say, or you start seeing the results of something you've been doing till then from December. But even the Mercury retrograde, it will be trining you, especially the last 10 degrees of Cancers. And actually, all the last 10 degrees of Cancers will get very strong support. So from 20 till 30 degrees, because of the trine of Jupiter, Saturn, Mercury on those last 10 degrees. And almost like you'll be realigned to the right path in your life, because the first house, the fifth and the ninth house, the first house is you. The fifth house is also you, but your inspired version of you, the things that you really love doing, that you can show up consistently every day for. So the things that your natural talents, that you're naturally put you in a natural flow, that you really love doing, there'll be such things will appear in your life that realign you again to be co-creator, to not to feel like a victim, but to feel like a co-creator of your life. So these are dharmic houses, and the ninth house is the highest version of yourself, the ideal version that you strive towards, where Saturn is turning direct at the very end of the month as well. So it's all about self improvement. You might be pulled towards reading self improvement books, inspirational videos, nine houses, teachers, your belief system, your plans for the future. And something there also changes because Saturn turns direct. It's been retrograde for 4 months in Pisces, in Aries, and in Pisces for the last time. It's turning from retrograde to direct in your ninth house for the next 28, 29 years. And especially if there was some complicated situation connected to existential crisis, your belief system, fear about the future, it starts all getting resolved. And if there were some blockages, or if you've worked hard on gaining documents for foreign residence, or on some legal matters, which is also the ninth house, or on some educational or teaching project or learning project, again, the ninth house, higher knowledge, it all starts giving results from the beginning of December, let's say. It's because Saturn is turning direct gradually, but if there is some complicated situation with legal matters, or you've been putting efforts in anything to do for education, travel, higher knowledge, or with legal institutions, or with professors, teachers, all of this starts getting resolved and moving forward, especially from December, giving rewards, giving results for you at the end of November, the beginning of December. And Jupiter is turning retrograde in Cancer. Once every 12 years only, Jupiter goes retrograde in your sign. It's going to be retrograde for the next 3-4 months. On the 11th, 10th, 12th of November, Jupiter turns retrograde. Some old opportunity that you probably missed will come back to you now. Especially it's stationary at 24 degrees. So everyone who is from 20 till 27, 8 degrees feels this Jupiter retrograde very strongly. Very strong influence of Jupiter. That's good. Despite of it turning retrograde, something will shift in your life, Cancers, with Jupiter turning there. But it's going to be about, because Jupiter also rules your ninth house and it rules your sixth house, maybe an old job can come back or an old duty or responsibility that you haven't completed, but it will become a source of growth for you in the future that you have to pick up an old health habit. Again, we have this because Mercury retrograde in your sixth house of health and Jupiter going retrograde because the ruler of the sixth house in the first house. It's here about examining your health, examining the habits that you have. And Jupiter can make you really free you and deeply realize your attachments to unhealthy habits or the reason for some health issue, for example, and addressing it and introducing healthy such habits. So that's another thing. Or Jupiter is the rule of the ninth house, some opportunity, educational learning can come back to you. Some opportunity for more luck and wealth and growth and opportunity can come back to you. Traveling back to a country you've liked or been to before as well. That can be another way, the rule of the ninth retrograde in the first. Re-examining to some extent also your beliefs, but in a way that makes you grow, not in a not in the difficult way of Saturn, but it's all about this first, fifth, 9 houses, aligning you to your dharmic path. What is your dharma? What is the dharmic path? This is the best version of yourself that your soul is really aligned to, that your soul wants the kingdom that you want to create, the vision that you have for yourself, the ideal version. So getting a step closer. So you might feel that you're luckier this month. You might feel like there is revelation being revealed, things about your future. Saturn in the ninth house, turning direct, changing direction. You can become clear about the future goal. You can become clear about what you want from life. What's your purpose and meaning here? Who you are. It's very strengthening for the confidence, this grand trine in your houses of self, for the confidence, for the who you are. If you have to do something important where you have to put your personality out there, you put out your ideas or creative ideas out there or your ideals, now is the time to do it, because with the fifth house of center stage, where all the planets are here, the sun and Venus and Mercury and the new moon, put yourself out in center stage positions. You really know what you want and who you are better. And it might be more internal thing or it might be more external. I don't know how exactly. It's water after all. Water is more gentle energy, but you'd feel more aligned to your higher self. You can feel more aligned, like the universe has your back. It's supporting you for your creative projects, for your goals for the future, to create the kingdom that you want, the life that you want. And there is the need for introspection, of course, with two retrograde planets, Jupiter and Mercury, but that's aligning you to a more, because Mercury will make a grand trine from the fifth house. So even if something needs to be corrected or rethought or redone, it will happen in a harmonious way that is not disruptive for you, that is more enriching, that feels more right for you, that it's kind of like really aligning to your dharma, to the path that your soul is here to walk. People can appear to you like teachers or like advice or like a inspiration. These are all inspirational houses, the first, the fifth, the ninth. These are houses of the divine, where God talks to us, where God aligns us. So there is this powerful harmonic support for many cancers this month. And I hope you take advantage of it. Um, and yeah, become the better version of yourself and go towards fulfilling some kind of the life that you want, the life that you're here to walk on. Thank you so much, Cancers. Leo, Sun, Moon, or Rising, November 2025. Leo, with all this water, your and perfect grand trine that is forming between Saturn and Jupiter, then filled in by the Sun, by Venus, by the new moon, by Mercury retrograde, one after another, this most harmonious and healing configuration of divine blessings happening in your emotional houses, in the inner world. It might not be visible much for others around you, but inside of you, you'd feel like some alchemical process of healing is happening, of releasing painful past, of shadow work that even if you're not consciously going and trying to do it, there is a lot of shadow work. That shadow work is the eighth house, and eighth house is transmuting the painful and turning the painful into wisdom. And fourth house, where all the new moons are happening, and Mercury retrograde and Venus, is your inner child and inner wounding that those planets are trying to heal. And Jupiter in your 12th house is even past life connection, is the connection to the invisible, to the mysticism, to your high intuition. So your intuition, first of all, will be extremely correct in all those soulful and emotional houses with those beautiful planets. It trust like an inner voice, intuition, or even receiving messages from love, departed ones, spiritual guidance from someone can be extremely aligning for you. But even if the externally not much is happening, because these are all private houses, the fourth house of childhood wounding, of parents, of family, the eighth house of shared resources, intimacy, uh, inner psychological work, transformation, and the 12th house of releasing the past. You see, something is happening deeply on the astral level for you, because these are all emotional houses, where the astral is the feelings that are being harmonized. And I've always said it, but when there's grand trine in water, in the water houses, uh, activation of healings can happen, because a lot of the diseases, illnesses, imbalances, or mental health problems we might have, and addictions as well included, these are houses of addiction, of imbalances, they come because of feelings that were not processed correctly, that were not understood, that they were not or feelings, painful feelings that are held deep into the body. And the physical body can react with chronic illness or mental health issues and so on. But because of this perfect grand trine that is forming for you, for all of us, but for you, Leos, for us, Leos, it is in the psychological houses. There can be psychological realignment, healing, healing of the inner child, and even things that you've forgotten that might have happened in your teenage years. They might come back to the surface for you. You might start remembering those things, or you might feel like you're more aligned emotionally that you've been in a long time. And there can be some process that, because the grand trine, things happens harmoniously without stresses and crisis. But because these are such purging houses, they can be a purging situation almost. And transformation, and almost like an emotional restart for you, of healings of the wounds that you've had. And that can reflect as a actual physical external healing, or psychological release of addictions, or unhealthy imbalanced behavior as well. Let's look at them one by one. First, Jupiter goes retrograde in around the 10th, 11th in your 12th house, and in Cancer. You can start remembering the past. Your dreams can become super vivid and connected to the invisible world. Something can shift internally in a big way in regards to how you think about and feel about uh, self-sabotaging behavior. Self-sabotaging behaviors are usually addictions. They don't have to be physical. They can be mental. They can be emotional, towards addicted to person, addicted to food, addicted to social media, addicted to substances, But there is like some inner recalibration that's going to start happening with Jupiter turning direction in this 12th house. It does it only once every 12 years that you have this, and Jupiter is deep insight when it's retrograde. When it's direct, it's more the external sides of a house it gives. When it's retrograde, the internal and the more psychological rewards of a house. And in the 12 houses, to shift your views towards and attachments, because the 12th house, the 8th and the 4th, these are moksha houses in Vedic astrology, which means liberation from suffering. The liberation happens through when you lose attachment. Actually, we suffer the most when we're very attached to something external, to something, to person, and so on. And those amazing planets in Grand Trine in your moksha houses, they want to give you emotional freedom by allowing you to detach from things that no longer serve you. And Jupiter going retrograde in your 12th house will make you examine things that you're ready to let go of, and with it will do it in an easy way. Jupiter is a benefic planet, so you might have some deep realization that releases you from some kind of self-made prison, from some kind of mental psychological issue. But it's a 3-month period. Jupiter will be retrograde 3 months, not just November. So it might take some time, this inner recalibration. Sometimes people even remember past lives, so go and have a past life retrieval or soul retrieval. These are some very spiritual healings that can happen. On another level, it can be about allowing a shift in your sleeping patterns, because the 12th house is sleeping. The shift in your intuition that become a retrograde Jupiter is even stronger intuition, by the way. Very powerful insight intuitively. Very amazing for research. If you want to research something the next 2, 3, 4 months with Jupiter retrograde in the 12th house, and to have some very deep realizations. Nothing gives deeper realizations than Jupiter retrograde in the 12th. And in turn, to internalize some knowledge to such an extent that it becomes like you become one with it. You feel it in your bones, in your skin, you understand it. It's also about foreign countries. So Jupiter retrograde date can give you green access to go back to a foreign country or faraway place that you haven't been in a while for, but you've been to before. It is also about reconnecting with your soul, with your guides. I don't know, some of you that are ready for this might have some, or maybe deeper possibility for deep meditation with connection with the invisible forces. Visuals, more powerful visuals, more powerful. Your imagination and your inner world becomes very, very rich with this retrograde Jupiter in the 12th house. And people who are creatives, who need to work in isolation, maybe to record songs, music, or to do deep research, scientists, creatives, with Jupiter retrograde in the 12th house, this is a very good period for a few months to do that, 2, 3 months. All right, 12th house. Yeah, it's about spirituality, spiritual teachings, learnings, meditative practices, and so on. But also Mercury is going retrograde. First, on the 10th, it's going retrograde in your 5th house, where it will meet Mars. So from the 9th to around the 15th, they're together, and Mercury is retrograde in your 5th house. They can be a bit of a, here you can have some kind of confrontation a little bit, even though they make trine to you. But the people represented by the 5th house, like children, your children, they might be going through some changes in their life. You might have to address the relationship, set some rules, different rules, for example, speak out some things. They might be going through something that you need to help them. Or your romantic partners, they might confront you. You might confront them with something unsaid that needs to be mentioned, something that's been buried and needs to be talked out with the romantic partner. Or maybe fifth house, of course, hopefully you're not going to be fighting with a romantic partner because, or with children, because Mercury, Mars, it's easier to get triggered by others overall. When these two planets are together in the sky, especially Mercury retrograde, you might have to fix some problem. Others might activate you. They're more reactive. They burst out more. So be careful around the 5th and the 9th and the 15th, where this energy is very high. For you in particular is the 5th house, so might be more towards children or, as I said, romantic partners. So maybe you're working on some project creative that you have to use a lot of your mobilize your energy, Mars, to fix some problems, Mercury there, to redo it, to see it from a different perspective. And you might have even some, if you're working on some, not necessarily creative, it might be your business, but because it's your own original ideas, to correct them, to change the shape, the view of, to complete something like that. Maybe it can be about also past romantic partners connecting with you, this Mercury retrograde in the 5th house, or people that you had fun with. You 5th house is not just romantic partners, it's people you can have fun with, you enjoy yourself, that you haven't seen in a while, to paint their town red, whatever. Or maybe some old hobbies that you haven't done, to pick them up, put energy in them, some old interests, and you might be good, maybe to pick up a sport that you used to love to do. Because Mercury retrograde, something that you haven't done for a bit, pick it up, revise it. Mars, something active. But yeah, you have to be careful in case, especially if you have planets around Sagittarius, Gemini, Virgo, Pisces, this Mars Mercury conjunction, Mercury retrograde, can be a bit more stressful, especially in those relationships that we mentioned. But then Mercury from the 20th moves retrograde into the 4th house, and there is a new moon into your 4th house. And especially those last 10 degrees Leos, they'll feel the new moon and Mercury retrograde the most from 20 till 30 degrees Leo. Ooh, that's me. Okay. So they have to be more careful, especially the last 10 days of November, with anything Mercury retrograde as well, which is you have certain plans, they turn upside down. You might have to reschedule things. You have to be careful with the security passwords and such kind of things. You have to be, whatever plans you might have for travel, of schedules, organization. Again, this is a bit more disrupted because it's Mercury retrograde squaring Leo from Scorpio, especially in the last 10 degrees of Leo. So schedules, you might have to redesign, readvise, reschedule things. It's particularly in the 4th house, Mercury retrograde tends to be about some family, parental issues, arranging them, managing them. It might be good, like going back to your place of origin to revisit relatives, parents, if you haven't seen them for a while, revisiting country of origin, or maybe redoing some managing organizational things about home and property. Last time I had Mercury retrograde in the 4th from my ascendant, I was building an outside kitchen here, not me myself, but with the builders, and we were doing like, we finished it kind of, there was a delay during Mercury retrograde in the 4th, and then after that they finished when Mercury turned direct, but we had to redo certain things. So you might have to, anything to do with home, with property, with real estate, buying, selling property, real estate, land. Some there might be either some delay or something has to be redone in a different way. Replanning, be prepared with plan C, B. And also with family members, it might be about, Mercury is about the rules of the game. So you might have to sit down and mention some things that were not spoken and unsaid, and communicate them and replan, and set some different rules in the family, or some changes around the home environment. Plus, on the same day Mercury goes retrograde in the 4th house, there is a new moon in the 4th house. exactly opposite Uranus, and exactly trine Jupiter and Saturn. So there is some new opportunities that come as well from your home, from your family, like a reset button there. That's also harmonious. And with so many planets in the fourth house and Mercury retrograde, you might find yourself thinking more about the past, about your childhood, maybe speaking with parents, grandparents, maybe going down your family roots or rethinking the patterns that they had, that patterns that you carry on. You know, someone, for example, they have patterns of health, certain health patterns that repeat, like diabetes or divorce or some, you know, just think of anything that maybe your grandparents did, their grandparents, and there's a pattern in the family, poverty, I don't know, but you be readdressing and thinking about those patterns, and you would be given an opportunity not just to realize this repeating pattern, but to break through it because of the Jupiter trine to this fourth house, Saturn trine, and to birth something new, to heal this inner child. So some big shifts here of home, family. But at the same time, don't worry because Mars is trining you, except that week from the 9th till the 15th when it's with Mercury and it gets a bit more triggery. But otherwise, Mars is giving you a lot more energy. Actually, October, everything was in air and just water mostly. So a lot of fire people felt a bit down, like I especially felt it, to be more easily tired. But Mars, from the beginning of the month, from the 4th, 5th, is already in Sagittarius, giving us more of the fire. And towards the end, from the 22nd, 3rd, the Sun also goes into Sagittarius, and we'll be having more and more feeling like ourselves, this water and the water planets. They're all in very private houses, very emotional. So we can feel more emotional, but it's a healing crisis that is, let's say, flushing the old feelings, regenerating them. And then towards the end of the month, we become more joyful, more fun, more willing, you know, with this fifth house of fun, joy, having fun, and Mercury turning direct at the very end of the month. So problems with the family or in communications with close and dear people or anything to do with real estate. Up from the beginning of December, it starts coming back the way it should be without stresses, and maybe you see the results if you put extra efforts what it is. And of course, Saturn goes retrograde, no, direct at the very end of the month towards the 28th in your eighth house of the house of shadow work. It's a heavy house for Saturn. Saturn's been there for 3 years, and it's especially heavy every time it goes retrograde in the eighth house. And this is the last time Saturn was retrograde for us Leos for the next 30 years almost in the eighth house. And it's turning direct at the very end of November. You'd feel a huge emotional relief. And especially, there's like a release of toxic feelings, release of internal battle, emotionality. And because Saturn there works to organize our astral body, and when it goes retrograde, it feels much heavier, especially for unprocessed feelings. Sorry about that. Unprocessed feelings, unprocessed traumas. And there is like a final release, and Jupiter is helping with this process. So a lot of the heaviness, darkness that we might carry, unforgiveness, or self self-destructive behaviors is also the eighth house. Self-destructive, it's there is like a final release and healing that's coming there. So as I said, it can even reflect as a physical healing when this whole process finishes. Plus, if you've had some financial problems, especially with your husband or wife, or mutual things were tough, or maybe some delays with banks, taxes, insurances, problems with other people's money, receiving money or help from outside influences or outside sources, or if you had some intimacy issues, because eighth house is also that, this starts resolving more and more. So and then Saturn leaves your eighth house in February, but I think things really start looking up from the end of November when Saturn changes direction. So some complicated situation, especially one that you are in a position of lacking power, because eighth house, the house of power as well, or you're in a position of emotional starvation, or you're in a position of emotional manipulation by someone, or you are in a position of almost like being a hostage for someone, or you're in a position that it was probably hard for you for financially. Maybe some money is being delayed, money that comes to you through others, or less money that come to you through clients, or maybe your partners or mutual finances, if there was some difficulties there, or in investments, that starts resolving from the beginning of December, the end of November, the beginning of December. And especially it will become lighter psychologically, and you can feel like you've overcome some internal battle with inner forces or with your own shadow side, and like a breakthrough psychologically as well. So the huge transformations of internal emotional chemical processes. But yeah, these houses also have some practical side: home, family, eighth house, other people's resources, taxes, 12th house, foreign countries. But these are the realms of the private life that the chemistry is happening, where the big help from the universe is coming to you. So thank you so much, Leo. But the more into December we go, the fire comes back, and we come out of these holes, psychological holes, and the moksha, and we're liberated. There is this liberation that I talked with the water that's happening, to be emotionally freed from something. So after that, when the planets move more into your, you know, the Sun and Mars is already, and Venus will join towards December in Sagittarius, another fire sign. You become more motivated, more like yourself, more creative, more out there, putting yourself out in, so even if you feel more tired still and emotional, know that all this water, you're doing some big miracle inside of you on the astral level. So thank you so much, and yeah, may you be blessed, and check out my videos for 2026. They're only $19, 19 per sign, because 2026 will be huge for Leos. A lot of fire. Jupiter moves into fire in Leo. That will be your year, Leos. So maybe you'll be excited to see. And Saturn moves into fire. So a lot of support. That's why we need to rest more now. This November, and December, before everything moves into fire, because from next year we'll be asked to to really contribute, to really make to improve ourselves, and we'll be much more active. Thank you. Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rising, November 2025. Virgo, this blessed grand trine that is being formed all the time and reformed during November, because Saturn and Jupiter holding a perfect trine all of November, while the Sun, Venus, the new moon, and then retrograde Mercury keep activating it and perfecting the equilateral triangle, the divine trinity, which is divine blessings pouring from above. For you, they will activate the so-called karma houses. Karma means not karma. Karma is desire houses, what we can receive from the external world. Not what we create, but what the external world can give us. And obviously, it's usually connected to other people, the people in our life, whether they're friends, whether they're what is our strongest desire, to maybe 90% of all people, is to have a close person they love. It might be a partner, a very good friend, but what we receive, or recognition from the world, or a group or community. So these houses where the divine grand trine in water is happening is your social houses where you connect through others, where you can receive your desires through others. So the planets align in a very easy, effortless way that you can receive from others something that you need. They can be like divine messengers for you or a helping hand. So I would even go tell you, ask and you'll receive. Ask for help from others. Don't try to do things just on your own this month. So you can benefit the most from this grand trine in water signs. You can create some important friendships or relationships or even interpersonal relationships like or partnerships or contacts or business or personal ones, and others can be a source of inspiration or help of some sort to you. And let's start untangling one by one the events. I just wanted to give you the overall feeling of the month. But yeah, you can receive your desires, and your desires, you can receive them through those in your everyday environment or through partner or through clients and followers and friends, which is the 11th house. So let's first start with let's start week by week. The first week, basically from the second week, Mercury around the 9th, 10th becomes retrograde. And that week from the 9th to around the 15th, Mercury is retrograde, but it's pretty much on very close to Mars. It's conjunct Mars. And we know that this is a little bit more activating. And for you, it squares you directly around those first 10 degrees of Virgo. If you're the first 10 degrees of Virgo, the first couple of weeks, you might feel a bit more triggered than normal, especially that second week from the 9th till the 15th, because Saturn, Mars, and Mercury square the first 10 degrees of Virgo, and they fall for all Virgos in their fourth house. They meet, and we know that Mars and Mercury is about can be about arguments. You know, and Mars is the planet of war, and Mercury is the planet of communication. When you put both of them together, we can get some very heated conversations, to say the least. And this is coming, sorry, it can come from multiple sources, but particularly for Virgos, it can come from family members or those that are very close to you. Or so some things, Mercury retrograde, some unsaid things from the past might need to be addressed. You might need to regroup somehow the rules in the family. You might need to talk out maybe the responsibilities of people in the family or in the house. Some people live with flatmates, so that will be also fourth house. The people, even if they don't live with their family, they have relationships with family members, so they might have to talk out things from the past or address certain things, correct them. Or it might be something less intense, like maybe doing some project. Mars is to be hands-on, physical almost, of arranging something around the property. And Mercury is like a manager, organizer. So you might have to, with Mercury retrograde conjunct Mars, maybe if you're doing something in regards to property, to real estate, or some project at home, DIY, uh, there might be a period, especially the second week, where it's a bit more tense, where you have to rework something, where there might be some kind of a pressure on you for a deadline, but at the same time a delay and something has to be changed. Because Mercury helps us see things from a different perspective when it's retrograde. So maybe if you're selling or buying property, it can delay it so you can fix something, or you can find out something you didn't know about the property, or renegotiate the terms of agreement, or if you're trying to move or something like that. This is where the pivotal decisions, especially the second week, might be taken. Or you might be doing some home project, as I said, and you need to mobilize your forces, your energy together with family members and maybe some explanatory conversations and rearrangements of the plans. Or if you have plans with family, there might be some surprises because of Mercury. Maybe you plan to do something together, or something with your near and dear people, and there might be changes, because when Mercury is retrograde, things surprise us. And with Mars there, or maybe it's also about coming back to see family or coming back to your place of origin and doing some activities with the Mars. This would be the best possible way. But otherwise, especially the early Virgos, the first 10 degrees, this couple of weeks at the beginning, they have to be a bit more careful generally in their communications, generally in their planning and organizations. It's better to complete some old projects, to wrap up things, and they might be especially busy the second week of November 9th to the 5th, because the planet that rules you, your Mercury, is with Mars. Action, triggers, to mobilize yourself to fix some problems. Others may be challenging you and you having to respond. But with Mercury retrograde, don't, count till seven before you respond. So you don't respond too aggressively or in a too attacking way. Or others, you might feel like others are very triggered and triggering you around you, especially from a, sorry, personal environment. But then Mercury starts coming back into your third house from after the 20th of November, retrograde there. And we'll speak a little bit about that after. But the next event is that around the 12th, Jupiter turns retrograde for the first time in 12 years in your 11th house. This is a wonderful house for Jupiter. It entered your 11th house sometime in June, and it will stay there till the end of June 2026. And there is some change of direction of the events of the 11th house. And usually, some of the most important events of Jupiter transiting a house happen when it changes direction, whether turning direct or retrograde, because the planet then becomes stationary. And pretty much the whole November, it will stay on the same degree, around 24 degrees of Cancer, which will be supporting those Virgos that are around those 24, 25, 23 degrees, 22. They'll receive constant sextile to their sun, moon, or ascendant, which is very beneficial, but there is some shift in the direction of this 11th house. And the 11th house is gains. The 11th house is gainfulness. It can be your salary or the money your business makes. It can be the rewards you receive from society. You see recognition. Say you have a project, you put it out. The 11th house is like, oh, is it well received? Are there enough people that purchase it? Are there enough followers? Or it's also your socials, life, your community, your friends. So there can be some change that is starting to happen then. And Jupiter retrograde can be about examining, coming back maybe to friends that you have neglected or haven't been in touch with, and you're wanting to revive some of those friendships. And because Jupiter is receiving only beautiful aspect this month, this retrograde, it's meant to give you something. It's meant to show you an opportunity that you missed before. Maybe you have someone in your contact list or acquaintance that can get in touch with you and offer you something, or someone that, you know, appears, maybe you know this person already, because Jupiter is turning retrograde. It's about getting in touch again with someone or somebody that you already know. It might be a benefactor, it might be a someone that has trust in you, believes in you, and they can contact you or you can contact them, someone that you know, and they would help you. There is a great, and Jupiter will be retrograde for 3 4 months. Maybe you haven't tapped into this network resource that you have, and maybe you haven't reached out, and now this like an idea can come up to you. Maybe I can, or maybe I can use this resource to maybe have some product, your already existing product that you haven't advertised enough, that you haven't enough people seen it. And you can now, with Jupiter retrograde, monetize its fuller potential. So take something already existing, like a contact, like a friendship, like a project that exists, and you can make it work for you, because Jupiter is the planet of abundance. It's receiving trine from Saturn, it's receiving trine from the Sun, from Venus, from Mercury retrograde. So some untapped potential for gains, for recognition, for public acceptance, for ushering ahead your long-term goals and desires and dreams, something that is a dream of yours, that is a goal of yours, and maybe such a goal that you kind of take on again. Maybe you let go for a little bit for a goal or a dream that you had or a project that you've been working. Now you come back to it to really make it work. And Jupiter will make it work with ease while it's retrograde. And again, whatever you're doing this month, it has the potential for many years ahead and as an opportunity that you start realizing now to be a source of gainfulness, this 11th house there, to be a source of recognition for you, to be a source of income, even. And even friendships. Like I remember when I met. I had some friends that I made a couple of years ago, and Jupiter went retrograde in my 11th house, and we started like we reconnected again, and we deepened the friendship, and we started doing some projects together, like communal projects and business projects, and that was like I realized, oh, this is how Jupiter retrograde in the 11th house works. But there is this thing also where you can release some friendships, you can reconsider because you go within with Jupiter retrograde and you wonder and you think, are those the right ones for me? Maybe there is no, maybe some of them are not useful for me, but it's no drama there because Jupiter is receiving only good aspects. And you easily release it and you easily let go of unhealthy, let's say, or in Cancer, there may be ones that are too codependent or in some sort. But it's not happening with difficulty. And then we have a new moon happening in your third house, which activates again this grand trine on the 28th degree in Scorpio. On the 20th of November, it's with Mercury retrograde. Venus is closed, the sun, moon. New moon is about new beginnings, so Mercury retrograde is about someone from the past. So again, there is this chance here with Mercury retrograde continuing when it goes into your third house to reconnect with teammates, workmates, friends, third house that you haven't seen for a bit, to talk out some things, to decide what you want to live in your life. And especially Mercury is kind of like, do I want to put this information in my head? Because third house is also what is the input you receive from the external world, what TV shows you watch, what YouTube videos, what you scroll on, phone, how much phone you use, what books do you read, all of the things that you let into your mind. And Mercury here would want to examine that when it goes retrograde further into November, into your third house. So you can be maybe clearer of the space. And because Mercury becomes part of a grand trine, it will be easy to let go of those contacts, those relationships, whether they're online ones. And we're not talking very necessarily like lover, boyfriend, girlfriend in the third house. It's more like random contacts, people, neighbors, siblings, relatives, teammates, workmates that everyday life puts you in contact with or that you get in contact with through online as well. And to do some quality control, let's say, and to reassessment of your usage of how you use your brain and where you put your attention. And because there is a new moon at the same time, to choose something that is healthier for you, information that is more useful, that is more profound. It's in Scorpio after all, information which is more beneficial in you, and even contacts. Reevaluate some old contacts of yours, maybe delete some people from from your phone or whatever, your Facebook, or maybe reconnect with some old contacts as well, but also create new ones because there is a new moon as well in your third house at the same time. So even if you let go of something from the past or certain aspects of such relationships, there will be the opportunity to create new such contacts, associates, affiliates, uh, daily friendships as well. Third house, new moon is also maybe some new ideas coming to you and new business projects. These are also the three houses of business where the grand trine is happening, the third, the seventh, the 11th, because these would be the clients, these would be sales, This will be marketing, how to connect with others. So there can be a lot of important activity around that. And nowadays, social media presence is very important for anyone that is self-employed or for many careers as well. So that's very good uh, configuration for people who are in some way on social media presence or sales or need to connect with clients. This is very perfectly aligning, maybe making a great project, somehow to connect with others, to speak out your ideas, to show to the people what you've got to say. And if you have some important things to say this month, and for others to hear them, this month might be the time to do it, because the universe opens this gate of grace that comes to you from others, to contact with others, connect with them, share your ideas, or ask for ideas and advice and point of view from others as well. Of course, Mercury retrograde, you have to be careful. Damaging devices, sometimes saying things that you regret about, or speak, kind of conversationally, bringing up things from the past that need to be addressed. Mercury in the third house is retrograde as well, maybe fixing phones, fixing cars. And it can be about travel as well, but with Mercury retrograde till the end of the month, if you travel somewhere, there might be surprises. You have to know that. It's I've traveled many times during Mercury retrograde. Usually the plans that we have, not that the whole trip gets canceled, but there were some surprises on the way. We have to be more flexible. And usually we travel to places we've been to before during Mercury retrograde. All right, and then the last thing of the Grand Trine is Saturn, which is also stationary because it's changing direction in your seventh house. It is turning direct for the last time in your seventh house. Actually, Saturn has been in your seventh house looking directly at you, Virgos, for the past 2-3 years. And this is the last time it's turning direct. And it will be a relief, to say the least. Saturn will leave your sign at last alone from the end of January, the beginning of February 2026, where it will stop opposing you. But now the last 5 degrees of Virgo are still under very strong Saturn influence. So if you're from 25, especially maybe even 24, even some people 23 degrees can feel it because Saturn is stationary and affect 3-degree orb on both sides. But the last 5 degrees, 25 to 30 or 20 even, okay, last 7, 23 to 30 degrees Virgos, they feel this pressure from Saturn. And Saturn is turning directly now. And for all Virgos, there can be a change in direction of certain more difficult circumstances that start untangling themselves, that start solving themselves. Maybe you made some extra efforts the last few months about something. And now Saturn starts moving direct from the end of November, around the 29th. And maybe you feel it more into December, but that you feel a relief. You start feeling the results of your previous efforts. Or if something was delayed and blocked, it starts getting unblocked. And for all Virgos, again, Saturn turning direct in your seventh house of relationships. If there was some complication or difficult circumstance in the life of your partner, or complicated relationship with a client, with a boyfriend, girlfriend, with a marriage partner, with a business partner, with some peers, it starts getting resolved. The resistance is decreasing. There is a change of wind, change of direction of a difficult situation or a stuck situation that might involve another person, not just you. Because seventh house represents everyone else. Or if you've been working on improving a relationship and now you're going to start seeing the results and things becoming easier. And maybe if someone was putting pressure on you, some external figure, I don't know, business partner, marriage partner, you'd start feeling it less and less from December. November, pretty much Saturn is stationary, but Saturn is receiving a lot of support by the Grand Trine from Jupiter, the new moon here. So it's promising that this month already things start solving, becoming easier, better through you and through others, and for you to receive what you want from others easier and easier. And Saturn in the seventh house of clients, of public, as well receiving grand trine. This is about building some stability in a relationship. So building, and even if you're releasing a relationship, because Saturn turning a direction can mean change of heart about a relationship. It's pivotal decisions that one can take in relationships or contracts or agreements. It will happen with ease, and there will be like maybe more friendliness because Jupiter from the 11th house of friendliness and understanding, and almost like you're feeling freed and liberated rather than intense, you know. So it can feel like it happens gently, or it can stabilize and strengthen an existing relationship, and changing of direction, maybe further commitment into a next level in an existing relationship, and disappearing of difficult circumstances. Or if you've been having problems with clients, again, easing, smoothing out of those issues. And then Saturn turns direct at the end of November. At the same time, Mercury turns direct, your planet, on the 30th of November. So December things will be pretty calm and they'll come in a normal trajectory. So no more Mercury retrogrades, no more Saturn retrogrades, and things will become easier and easier. So thank you so much, Virgos. Yeah, reach out to others, fix relationships, improve ones, use untapped relational resources. Uh, Stay open with what you can receive from outside the universe to complete your long-term goals, desires, dreams, by connecting with the right people and the right circumstances. And maybe check out my 2026 horoscopes, $90 per sign or $40 for all three signs, sun, moon, and ascendant, or $120 for 30 hours of 2026 for all the 12 signs if you want to give them as presents to someone. And they're out. I'm very excited, way more in depth. Libra Sun Moon Rising, November 2025. Libra, this beautiful grand trine that I mentioned about, which is like a divine blessing that aligns you beautifully, is happening in the so-called taking care of business houses. We call them the responsibility, work, material, reality. So here the universe gives you this month, and even in December, so November, December, uh, to align beautifully your responsibilities, your duties, your work, your financial situation, to receive some divine help and support in regards to those matters. For example, some of you might not have a job and are worried. This beautiful alignment can be a rare opportunity that you hear back from a job you applied to, or that a new opportunity for a job appears, that and because it's a grand trine, it happens with more ease. It's not force. You don't have to fight for it so much. Sorry about that. But this alignment, for example, that can, because one of the houses involved is the sixth house of work, or maybe you're looking for the right people to help you, employees, again, there can be alignment there. Or maybe you are worried about finances and money. Again, there is beautiful part of the grand trine is those planets in your second house, where they would help you rearrange your financial situation somehow, through opportunity, through grace, even through intuitive decisions that you make. Some of you might be having ambitions about your career, about your social status, about your vocation in the world. That this is another planet of the grand trine, Jupiter, which is helping you this month and in December as well, to, with ease, with grace, as an opportunity to develop some aspect of your career, to improve it. But let's start one by one. Let's first start with Mercury going retrograde, which happens around the 10th of November, and it goes retrograde in your third house, conjunct Mars till the 15th of November. This, so 9th till the 15th, Mars and Mercury are conjunct. They're a little bit more, despite of all the harmonious aspects happening, they can put some pressure because they're planet of communication and arguments together. So, and in your third house of communication. So you might be triggered, for example, till the 15th by someone in an everyday communication, situation. You have to be a bit more cautious because Mercury is retrograde from the 10th, and like measure your words, let's say, before acting out and before responding too quickly. That can be a good advice for the whole month because Mercury stays retrograde till the end of the month. Then but it can also mean that you're completing some project together with colleagues, with a team, because third house is connected to team, to work on mental projects, to work on writing, speaking, media projects, any kind of calculations, marketing, advertising. All white collar work is the third house, where you use your intellectual skills, where you use your skills that you've acquired. So you might be completing something, correcting, editing with this Mercury retrograde in the third house. And of course, there might be something about the phones, laptops, communication devices that you have to be a bit more careful this month about breaking down, or it might be time to fix it, to correct it. That can be one of the means, or also it can mean you can travel back to a place that you've been to before. And Mercury retrograde in the third house, I wouldn't say you are not allowed to travel. Just be more careful, especially the week from the 9th till the 15th, because it's the house of driving. Mars is kind of wants to hurry up, Mercury retrograde, so your reactions might be a bit. So be careful on trips around this week. No, this is the week that exactly when we're traveling. I warn my Libra ascendant husband. And if you travel somewhere, it's good to travel to places you've been to before. And even communications, you'd notice that you're communicating this season, this November, with Mercury retrograde, more with people and acquaintances and people in your environment who you've known from before because of Mercury retrograde. And you might examine certain friendships and certain connections or certain business relations, certain contracts from the past you can come back to re-examine. Also pay attention to passwords, to your online activity. There is activity there with Mercury and Mars there, but because of the retrograde and the explosive nature both together, you know, things can happen there. So you just have to be a bit more cautious. But otherwise, you can get a lot of mental work done, finish, complete, especially complete some projects. Like my husband is completing certain taxes. He needs to do a lot of calculations and so on. But yeah, just be careful for arguments and fights with siblings, relatives, friends, or maybe this is more actively social period as well for you, um, because of those two powerful planets, especially the first 2 weeks there. And the other planet that goes retrograde is Jupiter. On just 2 days after Mercury, on the 12th of November, and it goes retrograde in your 10th house, a house of visibility, reputation. So something there can shift. Jupiter hasn't been retrograde in your 10th house for 12 years. So a big shift in perspective about the future of your career, about the direction you want to take with your career, change of perspective and change of feeling towards your vocation and your worldly duties. And the shift is divinely timed because it's trine, beautifully trine with Saturn. And if you see a shift into your attitude towards your career, towards a father figure, towards authority figure, some shift in a development with institutions, with people in power, or your own goals and plans for the future, your own career perspectives, your own future plans for yourself can start changing, especially in regards to your social status, in regards to your reputation, in regards to your mission and career. You can even get more introspective if you're not in the right field. During the next 3-4 months, you can rethink what is it that you can do and change so you feel more aligned to your divine mission. How can you upgrade and improve and expand and grow your reputation, your career, and worldly responsibilities? Or if you're not in the right field, Jupiter retrograde can turn your direction towards, introspectively to realize that, or maybe how you can change your career that you're in a way that is more emotionally fulfilling for you. Because for you as Libra, it's very important to be very emotionally fulfilled through your career, because Cancer is in your 10th house. So Jupiter turning retrograde there can give you great insights in, because you become more intuitive when Jupiter is retrograde, and the great insights about your career direction, your, even if you're someone who does not work, maybe your worldly responsibilities, whatever they might be, a different point of view from them. And because Jupiter is receiving only good aspects this month and in December, you'll be directed towards the right way, and intuitively will know what to do in regards to your career or some project in your career that you're working on. And somehow you're very visible this month. Becomes 3 times stronger when it's stationary and it changes direction. 3 times more visible in society, 3 times maybe something happens that can put you in a higher position in society with more respect, where you can see more notice, where you can see more seen, when you can see more, when you can feel more respected in some way, where you feel you have more impact, and maybe you might have to take some important executive decisions for your life or for your direction in life, for your career. It can also mean dignitaries. Jupiter in the 10th house is people with, and it's exalted in Cancer, that you meet some people in important social positions, bosses, big players, wealthy people, that. And because Jupiter is making trine, those contacts and connections can be beneficial for your work yourself, for your material situation, from your social status. So if you have an opportunity, or even if you're not planning it, you can meet with some very important people in power and dignitaries, and the famous, the glamorous, I don't know, or maybe the top ones in your company. That can benefit you in some way. And also you can start work, or maybe some project, career project can come back to you that you always wanted to do, that you started doing, but you haven't fully fulfilled its potential, and you come back to it to make it happen over the next 6 months. Or maybe some career opportunity that you missed or that you didn't fully develop will come back to you. And it will be good. If it comes back, no, it is good, because Jupiter is turning retrograde in your 10th house. So the circumstances of your success, of your worldly position, start changing. Because it's part of a grand trine, it is for the good. And of course, at the end of the month, Saturn is turning. So it's stationary pretty much the whole month. And it's turning direct in your 6th house for the last time for the next 30 years. You'll start feeling it more towards December, but already Saturn is receiving trines here from Jupiter, from the Sun, from the new moon. Oh, maybe I should speak about the new moon first, which is on the 20th. The 20th of November, there is a new moon in your 2nd house, and Mercury retrograde just exactly on the 20th moves into your 2nd house as well, and is joined with this new moon. This means that something old, something new in regards to finances and money. You might need to, for the last 10, 15 days of the month, to rethink certain financial decisions in your life, certain spendings. There might be some bigger spending as well, that it is possible, and that makes you reorganize your finances. But because these planets with the new moon on the 20th are all part of a grand trine, um, you can take some new financial decisions as well, because it's a new moon, new beginnings, new ideas with based on possibly things that have already happened, because Mercury is retrograde, but something new direction that will be very beneficial for the financial security of your family. So also Mercury retrograde in the second house is some money, maybe something you invested, now it comes back to you. Some money that is owed to you comes back to you. Something that, or maybe seeing the results of previous efforts financially. But yes, indeed, they can be some surprises financially because of a Mercury retrograde there, and the need to rethink, to rebudget, to look at your finances from a different, new perspective, different perspective, and research it. And when Mercury turns direct, implement it from the beginning of December. And because Mercury is direct already in your second house, and it's 10 days after the new moon in your second house, which might have given for fresh perspective, fresh opportunities in regards to your finances. But second house is not just finances. Second house is your health habits, your eating habits, for example, your tastes in food, in wines, in clothes. So there can be some shift there as well, but for the better. And because of this great trines there, so choosing something more quality, and Mercury retrograde, you should research well before you make big purchases, for sure. But something is shifting in your internal, what you like, what your preferences are, even for food, even for beauty, clothes, art. And there's something new plus some rethinking of an old, and your material assets, I'm reorganizing there. But because of the wonderful supportive aspects, you kind of intuitively do the right choices and decisions. And last but not least is Saturn turning direct at the very end of the month on the 28th or 30th. Together with Mercury turns direct then as well. So if there was any complications with finances, at the end of the month, they get resolved. If there was any delays there, or with resources, or with receiving materials, because second house can be like you've ordered some materials for something, I don't know, some materials, tiles for your kitchen, and Mercury retrograde goes there. Oh, they sent me a different color. Let's, you know, surprise. Let's order them again or something. But all of this from the beginning of December it's solved. No more, you know, unexpected developments. While Saturn turning direct in your sixth house, sixth house is the house of employees, for example. So if you had problems with employees, I don't know, builders you hired at home, or people that you manage, people that work for you in some way, these problems start getting solved. Possibly you see that it gets easier and easier in November, and at the end of November, Saturn turns direct. So there is a shift of energy and change of direction in your, say, with employees or at your work position. So if the situation was a certain way till now at your work, it will turn around, it will shift. If, for example, you've been putting a lot of efforts, and in November you might still be putting efforts because Saturn is stationary in regards to your work with some duties and responsibilities. When it starts moving direct, and because it's receiving only trine aspects, there'll be a lot of support with completing some work project, with perfecting it, with solving some difficult work situation. Maybe you're unemployed and now you get employment. Maybe there was some pressure at you at work, or you're not getting along with colleagues, or deadlines you had to chase for something. It starts getting resolved towards the end of November. The beginning of December, you start seeing the results of that. But sixth house is also our health habits. So if you've been putting efforts to improve your health in some way, And if it's been still difficult, when Saturn turns direct, your health also turns different direction. Your health also takes a change for the better. But already this November, because Saturn in your sixth house of health or health problems is receiving only trines, they can be a very stabilizing influence on you finding the right routines and supplements and treatment or the right daily routines to maintain your health good and to be stable and to be for long term ahead to whatever health habits or routines you're doing now to have a long-term positive effects on you. So it might be even good to take on some exercise or physical, that's for health purposes and for maintaining your health as well. And to say if you need second opinion from a doctor, get it now, or to do some medical diagnostics and I don't know, blood samples because of this beautiful configuration in your sixth house with Saturn receiving trines, Neptune receiving trines. So if you're looking for help in regards to maintaining your health for your physical well-being, now it can be the time either with the right doctor, the right you intuitively will be drawn there to help you untangle some long-standing physical health or mental imbalance in your life. Sixth house, we said, it's work, it's colleagues, it's pets. If you've been having difficulties with a pet, maybe it all starts getting resolved now, being solved. Sixth house is it's house of also debt. If you've been having problems with debt situation where you owe money and it's been difficult, Saturn turning direct in your sixth house says again, there'll be possibly even a way to get rid of it or a way to solve it or to make it less burdensome because we have development here with money and with career possibly. So if I have to summarize it for you, Libra, this is a perfect month to put your life in order. You get to do better financially, you get to do better at your working career. If you have some work project you have to complete and it's important for you, or something career-wise to present, or something financially if you want to make the next steps, if you want to see results. This is all a possibility with the Grand Trine activated in those material houses for you. So get things done, get to put your life in order to, yeah, it's work, it's duties, responsibilities, it's being fiscally and responsible also with your health because of the sixth house. But this perfect alignment, things can start flowing there with more ease if they were difficult till now, or even some opportunities to appear in regards to that. Plus, as I said, there is this activation of the third house, and more towards December, planets go more and more into the third house. The Sun joins Mars and Venus, and December Mercury as well will join. So we'll get a lot more social interactions, a lot more, not so many responsibility here, but first you set the ground by this perfect opportunity to feel settled, to feel grounded, that you fulfill your responsibility to get the work done. And then you become a lot more and more social into December. So thank you so much. And if you'd like to hear your 2026 video horoscope, check them out. It's only $19 for the early bird orders for the next 10 days approximately. Then they become to their normal price. Every year we sell about a few thousand of those, and we never have refunds because people love them. This is my work of love for you. I'm very excited to present it. Thank you. Scorpio, Sun, Moon, or Rising, November 2025. Scorpio, you're riding that wave. There is a big wave coming from the Grand Trine in water signs, and you're one of the water signs, so you're on the peak of the wave. So you're a beneficiary of very beautiful energies from the universe. And actually, this grand trine is aligning in the last 10 degrees of Scorpio. So if you're from 20 till 30 degrees Scorpio, you're going to benefit the most. But even early Scorpios will feel this harmonization of their will, because the first, the fifth, the ninth house, they're connected to you aligning your will to divine will, your soul walking the path of Dharma. The path of Dharma is to do what you were created to do, to create yourself. So you become more of creators. November, you feel it into December as well. We have this beautiful trine between Saturn and Jupiter that continues. It started from October. It's very intense, the most potent in November, and in December it continues as well. But November is like your month to shine, because there is also a new moon in your sign towards the 20th, and you come into, you get filled in and more with the progression of November, with confidence, with vision for yourself, with creativity. Those are all personal houses, like the self houses, the first house, the second house, sorry, the first house, the fifth house, and the ninth house, where the grand trine. You see, this beautiful equilateral triangle is formed, very rare, very beneficial, very harmonious combination of the stars, where things align for you. Whatever you decide to do, the first house is the actions you want to do, the goals that you have for yourself, the path that you're walking in. It's being held both by Saturn and by Jupiter. And so you should use this opportunity, because sometimes with the grand trine, if we don't act on things, it just passes as a beautiful, calm, healing, more confident period. But you need to, some opportunities will be coming to you to create the life that you want. These are dharmic houses. What life do you want to create? What for yourself? Not what you can receive from the external world, but what you can create. And you'll be helped in your activities, in your actions. For example, if you're Scorpio moon, it will be more connected to your personal life, things that you want to do, that you will receive a lot of harmonious support, and also your emotionals, for emotions to get balanced, to get recalibrated, your mental health to improve, or something about your personal life, relationships, and emotional bonding. If it's your sun, it's in Scorpio, it's more about your career, about your goals, the kingdom that you want to create, the independent life that you want to have, that things will align for you. If it's your ascendant, again, it's for everything that we're talking now. Um, and for your path in this life to align to the right path. The dharmic houses are the houses of inspiration. This is where we tap into the divine, and you're harmoniously tapped into the inspiration that comes from higher sources. Call it your higher self, call it God. Like your intuition increases, then you get a clearer vision about where you want to be, about your future, what you want to do, and you get the supporting circumstances as either inspiration or advice, or just inner knowing, or external circumstances as well, that will help you align, and that will help you fulfill some goal of yours, some initiative of yours. But let's start the month from the beginning. First, Mercury goes retrograde in your second house around the 10th of November and meets there with Mars. Now, this is a little bit more stressful energy from the 9th till the 15th, despite of all the beautiful harmonious energy which continues throughout the month. Mercury and Mars meeting in the second house, especially retrograde Mars, can be about solving some financial problems, about maybe having some spending or expenses that you need to deal with, maybe having to rebudget, to refinance something, to rearrange your financial situation, to make some extra efforts with papers or documents or work connected to material towards your financial stability as well. And yeah, just be careful that you don't enter into fights, because Mars rules you with Mercury retrograde. You might feel, especially those the second week, 9 till the 15th, or even from the first one, uh, to speak things that you didn't speak about before. Because your planet Mars is with retrograde Mercury. You might be thinking about things from the past, how you can correct something, how you can improve it, what's not working well. So that can activate you to reorganize, to manage something. But it can feel a little bit stressful. But it can also be about sometimes arguments, you know, and you might find yourself more activated to say things that you have been holding on to that need to be addressed. And second house is connected to family as well. So you might be triggered, especially in regards to family or the material circumstances in a family, to have a conflict, for example. But but you might need to address those things and speak them out and plan them. And because Mercury retrograde is about creating different plans than ones you've had till now. Especially again, it comes about communication. Sorry, it's about different plans about your financial situation, material situation, the family. A second house is also the house of eating. This might be a call for you to change some of your eating habits with Mercury and Mars meeting day in the second house, to revise them and to decide to act in a different way further down. By the time Mercury turns direct at the end of the month, that should not be a problem anymore. But that's the more kind of, let's say, challenging energies we have this month, while the rest are quite wonderful. Well, one of the other big events is that Jupiter, which is part of the Grand Trine with Saturn, sending this inspirational energy, especially to the 24th, 25th, 26 degrees of Scorpio. But earlier degrees and later will also benefit because it's within the between, it's in there, it's in other water signs, it's in the water signs that is helping them. But Jupiter is turning retrograde on the 12th of November, and turning retrograde in your ninth house, so something can start changing there. When Jupiter and Saturn change direction, this is when the biggest events in the house they're transiting through tend to happen. And Jupiter is transiting in your ninth house. So you might take some important decision this month, or in regards to something to do with your education, something to do with studying, pre-qualifying, because maybe something can change in how you see your future and what you plan for your future. Because the ninth house is, what are your goals and plans for the future? What is the highest, best version of the ideal life that you want to live? And when Jupiter changed direction, there something can change in internal or external circumstances that makes you change your plans for your future. And oftentimes this can involve, because Jupiter in the ninth house likes to learn, likes to expand its knowledge. So it can be about maybe deciding that you pre-qualify, that you learn something over the rest of the time of Jupiter in your ninth house till June 2026, and that you're changing the direction of your future. Maybe you'd receive some deep insights, like downloads from God almost. Jupiter in the ninth house is even in our dreams. We can see things, what will happen in your sleep. Prophetic vision is Jupiter in the ninth house. And on a more, in a simple way to explain it, not necessarily everyone will have prophecies who is Scorpio, but there will be some realignment of your intuition, of your vision, with a more divine purpose for yourself, with a more aligned to your soul's goals, to your higher mission in your life. So there can be some very important events, forgive me, I'm sick still, events and developments in regards to education, in regards to places of foreign living, for example, or foreign relocation, in regards to your plans for the future, in regards to papers and documents for connected to faraway living. You might take some decision that will impact you for your future. It will change your goals there. And you can also come back to Jupiter retrograde, is come back to old projects or goals that were educational, that were, or maybe might have to some legal important matters, nine houses, to do with the law, either spiritual or human laws. And on one level, Jupiter there can be some very important development with something to do with the legal system or legal matters that you're dealing with. And because it's Jupiter, I think it's for good. And because Jupiter is receiving only good aspects, it's with very good consequences. Even if it's delaying something, because Jupiter retrograde can delay some stuff for 2, 3 months, but it's for the good. Or sorry, or it can be also looking within and transforming your own belief systems and becoming more spiritual. Jupiter retrograde is more spiritual. Jupiter direct is more about external prosperity, growth, expansion. Jupiter retrograde is about internal growth and improvement. So this can start a 2, 3 month, 3, 4 months period while Jupiter is retrograde of internal growth, you trying to become a better version of yourself, of becoming more moral, more truthful. Maybe you might be helpful some if you have some battle about truth and righteousness and who is right, who is wrong. The truth will be on your side, let's say, as long as you're aligned with the truth yourself. And it allows for a stronger connection with God or with your guides or with your higher self to see that inner vision that your soul has for you. And even communication, receiving messages, communication. You know, sometimes the messages are very like signs. You might start receiving powerful signs about the direction in your life, what you're to do, and they'll be the right ones for you. Jupiter will be extremely powerful this month. It's being stationary. So listen to your high intuition. Expects openings from, the ninth houses, the direct divine contact with God or with your higher self or with inspiration. So expect that you're tapping into this channel and even to be luckier somehow, to be at the right place at the right time. um, and to and especially if you have good karma, this karma starts coming back to you now because Jupiter rules your fifth house that we store the good karma, the good actions from past lifetimes. It's going retrograde in the ninth house of luck, of opportunities. And it can be like a payback period for some of you Scorpios, or just Jupiter helping you fulfill your vision. And the next 2, 3 months, you might go much deeper into spiritual studies, into higher studies, into some educational or teaching project you're doing, into working on something so you have better opportunities in the future, realigning your vision for the future. Even some teachers appearing or getting in touch with some teaching, spiritual or worldly teachings that teach you how to be a better version of yourself, expanded version, how to believe more in yourself. So this alchemical process of improving your potential, expanding your potential is starting here because Jupiter retrograde, as I said, is more on the internal opportunities of first you expand your internal self and then the external opportunities come. It can be also about coming back, going back to a foreign country or traveling or going back to some studies that you haven't completed or some previous opportunities that you didn't complete or you wanted to, but it comes back to you now with Jupiter retrograde in the ninth house. So stay open if opportunities are coming and it's something that you already had an inkling about or had a desire about. It can be very powerful and potent and for good. Then we have a new moon in your second house on the 20th. And that's about new opportunities connected to finances, and it's part of the grand trine. So they can be very beneficial, very rare opportunity that the universe sends you some inspiration after the 20th about a different direction in regards to finances, to financial stability. in regards, even if you have any food disorders or issues with food, some solutions to such problems. But simultaneously, Mercury joins this new moon exactly at the same degree. Oh, I'm so sorry. This is not your second house. Scratch this. Your first house, Scorpio. I suddenly started speaking about Libra, but Jupiter was in your ninth house, exactly like we were talking. Forget about the second house. New moon in your first house. This one, you'd feel it very strongly, Scorpio. Very strongly. It's happening on the 20th of November at 28 degrees Scorpio, and it's conjunct the retrograde Mercury. 28 degrees. So if you're from 25 to 30 degrees, the last 5 degrees of Scorpio, this new moon is the most potent for you, powerful new beginnings, which also includes some kind of a rethinking of rethinking, because Mercury is retrograde, of something that you want to leave behind, something that you want to change and redesign in your life, so to speak. And I mean, for all Scorpio, this new moon is reactivation of the life force in them, and it's towards the 20th of November. It reactivates you, it gives you the life force again, and powerful new beginnings after that, uh, till the 17th, 18th of December are on the map for you. So you might have some, again, and this new moon is trine Saturn, trine Jupiter from the houses of direct divine inspiration. So you can ask for counsel, your higher self, or pray, or even some teacher or guide or counselor or couch that can help you, or just a person that appears Jupiter trying this new moon that gives you a great advice, that shows you what is the direction ahead. But you have this opportunity to, like, a point version 2.0 of yourself to create now. Um, so a lot of inspirations coming around the new moon with Mercury retrograde there, especially the last 10 degrees of Scorpio, so from 20 to 30. They can deal the last 10 days of the month with Mercury retrograde matters. And of course, miscommunications or having to redo something, having to re examine their life and the direction, becoming more introspective while at the same time starting new things. Because there is a new moon there, it's pulling you towards new things and pulling you to explore new directions. But Mercury retrograde is asking you to re examine your lifestyle choices, for example, to re-examine your communications and friendships. And maybe some people from the past can come back and connect with you, because Mercury rules your 11th house of friendships. And so, or you might be dealing still with some financial matters. Mercury is the ruler of the 8th house, taxes, insurances, other people's finances, that you have to manage to reorganize somehow, or that, or just go out with friends you haven't seen for a while, or acquaintances that come back, and maybe this new opportunity, new beginnings, new moon, can come to you through Mercury, through the right contacts, but possibly someone that you already know, because Mercury rules the very gainful 11th house. And if there is some kind of a Mercury retrograde crisis, like you have certain plans, but they don't go according, it's, just remember that yes, there is Grand Trine that's helping you, but there is, with a bit of thrown in chaos from this new moon and the Mercury retrograde, because this new moon is with Uranus, it's very sudden. It can be like it's exactly opposite Uranus. So it's very sudden that can be triggered this new direction, and there can be this urgency to act on it. But because Saturn and Jupiter are trining the new moon as well, even if it's like you, because Uranus, it can be something that is not long lasting, and unstable and just turns your life around. But Jupiter and Saturn trining, saying that whatever new beginnings you start now, they'll be long lasting with consistent, gradual growth. And yeah, so you'll be supported in that. Um, yeah. And Venus is also in Scorpio most of this month. So again, it's giving you a more soothing personality, more kinder. Actually, you had Mars in Scorpio in October and part of September, and my little boy being Scorpio, his teacher every day would call me, he's being horrible. What happened to him? He was so triggering. He was easily irritated. He was like acting out, but Mars is moved out in November. Uh, just the first 4 or 5 days. It's in November in the last degrees of Scorpio, and after that it moves out from there, making you more proactive here with finances. But uh, only more soothing planets remain in your first house, like Venus there. There'll be the Sun, Mercury retrograde goes there. Yeah, Mercury retrograde can, make you reschedule. You have certain plans. You have to be, especially from the 20th when it comes back to Scorpio till the end of December, sorry, till the end of November, the last 10 days, and then it turns direct around the 30th of November. So all kinds of surprises, out of the blue things. You must have arranged them and you must have settled them by the beginning of December, and things come back to normal after that. And you might be asked to use your mind, Mercury, to do some work that requires more attention to detail, more of the use of your skill. But again, maybe you'll see the results of this in December. But yeah, you won't be this triggered Scorpio like in October and possibly September for some of you. I'm happy for Mars to leave Scorpio, because my Scorpio little one, when Mars is in Scorpio, is really hard to cope with. And now I want this Venus side to show. So it's good time to also attract others on your side, Venus, to be more diplomatic, you'll be more agreeable to deal with anything which is good, like good taste, good clothes, good quality things, and even romance and love. When Venus is in your sign, it's more pleasant and easier to do anything Venusian. Go on dates, feel more loving, be more charming. And that's what I say as well. Like, if you need to be out there and to present something this month with all planets in your first, fifth, nine, which are all houses of self-expression, it's a perfect month for that, despite of Mercury being retrograde from the 10th. Because there is so much harmonious aspects towards your sign. So if you put yourself out there, present a idea of yours or something, with Mercury retrograde, you need to be more careful, that things are not, there is more like organizational stresses, let's say. But otherwise, it can be something that you've created. It's wonderful time to move it forward, to put it out, to for it to complete, or to start shaping up greatly. And the last but not least is that Saturn turns direct at the end of the month together with Mercury around the 28th, 29th. Saturn turns direct in your fifth house, where it's gonna be there for the last 2 months, for the next 30 years. So it was retrograde for the last 4 months in your fifth house for the last time, and now it turns direct while receiving only trine aspects and positive aspects and sextiles. And so something good can happen also with your fifth house. So if you have a child that there was problems there, uh, Saturn receiving trines and turning direct towards the end of the month in particular, you might start seeing this problem resolving with a child, with the relationship with a child, or in the life of a child if they've been going through some difficulty. It might start resolving. If you had some problem with your love life, because fifth house is romance, this is one of the house of self-expression as well, and we often become most creative when we're in love or through romance. If you've been feeling like drying out there, if you've been feeling some obstacles with a romantic partner, or husband, wife, if you've been feeling cooling off of the heart, or some pressure on your ability to enjoy romantically each other, Saturn turning direct can really shift the energy now, can make it lighter, and can make things become easier and easier there, dissolve some problem there. Or maybe you have a change of heart about a romantic interest, Saturn changing direction. Change of heart, sometimes it can include you letting go of someone, but it's going to happen with ease because Jupiter is trining the new moon and the sun and Venus are trining. So it will be like a smooth transition if a change is happening there. Or if there was difficulties, it can start getting resolved there. Also, some creative project. Maybe you've been working on your company to change it, to restructure it, because fifth house, and because you had a different vision for your business or your company. Fifth house is your original ideas might start flowing more easily now. Or you can see the material results with Jupiter trining Saturn of efforts you've been making towards some creative project or original ideas of yours, or turning up for something daily, because fifth house is the house of where you turn up for something daily because it's something you really like to do. It's your passion, it's your talent, it's your project, baby project, it's your child. And if you've been having either problems there or if you've been working hard on it, Jupiter trine, all the other planets trine, and Saturn turning direct says it starts coming together. You start seeing the results of it. You start maybe even getting some rewards or some growth through it. Uh, Also, fifth house is if you've had like blockages in enjoying yourself, having fun, expressing yourself, maybe you felt more like a wet blanket that you can enjoy the hobbies that you normally enjoy. Saturn can sometimes suck out the joy out of things that normally gives us joy. Saturn's been sucking out the joy of, from you for 3 years from certain things, but it's also about finding more mature ways of and that are more aligned and more truthful to your natural self-expression, to your soul. And so it might be either like it's like the birth of a project that like you've been working on it till now and you start seeing the results of it, you get rewarded for it, or it's like you changing your if you haven't been able to enjoy and feel in the flow and enjoy life, because fifth house is the ability to enjoy life, it starts moving forward and it's becoming more, let's say you start getting more joy out of it, or if you've been putting very hard efforts into something that is your passion, some creative project or whatever, now you start seeing the results of it. Okay, I hope I'm not repeating myself too much. So, yeah, Scorpios, I hope this lifted up your mood. There is a lot of divine guidance, a lot of alignment there, a lot of luck from Jupiter in the ninth house, and solving and stability into creating the kingdom that you want. Fifth house is to create the kingdom that you want, stability and moving forward with tangible results in that direction. And if you'd like to see my videos for 2026, where Scorpios continue to benefit a lot from both Jupiter and Saturn, but then it moves to their professional realization and success, check out, it's only $19 for early bird orders. For your sun, moon, or ascendant sign is only $40 for the three of them. And then they go back to normal price. Check them out in the description below. Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising, November 2025. Sagittarius, the whole of October we had no fire. And as a fire sign, it's always felt we had a lot of water, we had some air. And fortunately, in November, you'll get to experience some fire more and more. And the more the month progresses, the more fire planets will start moving into Sagittarius. But still in November, especially the first 20 days, there is a bit more of this need for introspection, to be more within oneself, because most of the activations are in water, the grand trine in water. But already we're going to have from the, I think from the 5th, yes, from the 5th of November, Mars enters your sign and will pass the whole of November, the first 20 degrees of Sagittarius, and then till the middle of December, the last 10 degrees of Sagittarius. So it will activate you. It will activate you to be more confident, because Mars rules your fifth house of creativity, to be more center stage, to be more outgoing, to go after the things you want. Mars is the planet of you see something you desire it, you go after it, and to be more initiative. It might be a good time from towards the end of the first week to start working out. This November, if you have not been working out, if you've not been physically active, it's wonderful for fire signs now. They'll get this extra boost. But Mars comes also with its triggers, especially the first 10 degrees of Sagittarius, where Mars and Mercury will kind of meet. And Mercury goes retrograde on the 10th. So Mercury goes retrograde in your sign in Sagittarius. So especially the first 10 degrees of Sagittarius, if you're ascendant, sun, or moon from 0 to 10 degrees, this Mars conjunct retrograde Mercury will be felt strongly till the 15th, approximately, because Mercury and Mars are close together around that time, especially around the 6th, 7th degree, 5th, 6th, 7th, that's where they conjunct exactly. You have to be a bit more cautious that you might be more triggered easily, more easily to enter into fights or arguments, but also more activated in regards to your career, to act there because Mercury rules your 10th house. Also, so to act, to be more proactive in regards to your career, but also to fix some things there, because Mars likes to fix problems. Mercury retrograde shows where the problem is. So you might have to work on something, correct something. Some surprises might come, but Mercury also rules your relationships. It rules the seventh house, going retrograde in the first house. It can mean clarifying certain aspects of a relationship, deciding whether to continue with certain contract agreement or a relationship, personal or business one or client one. There might be some confrontation possible and the need to act to fix something there. And mostly those early Sagittarius will feel it, but if they, if there is desire from both sides to work it out, it can improve the relationship tremendously by December. Otherwise, there can be the need to take decisive action in regards to even eliminating a certain relationship, contract, or an aspect of it, or correcting it in some way. But yeah, if you feel more triggered, especially 9 till the 15th, know that this is the Mars conjunct Mercury combination happening in Sagittarius. But you can be also very active, get a lot of things done. And with Mercury retrograde, it's, those first 20 days, the first 10 degrees of Sagittarius have to be careful with misplacing keys, passwords, hackings. These are Mercury retrograde things. Might have to be careful with, what they say, that it doesn't create conflict, but also completing things, editing, maybe delaying something so that you can see it from a different perspective. Maybe working on some project, career project, for example, that you have to finish. Sorry about that. Using 3 times more of your attention to detail. We know that Sagittarius likes to rush, and Mars even will give you more of this urgency to rush. But with Mercury, they says like be more careful with the details, because there can be some miscommunications. There can be some, Mercury retrograde problems, misplacing things, or um, changes in schedule, having to rearrange your graphic, your schedule as well. Also, it can just mean that some people from the past are contacting you. You're getting in touch with people from the past as well. Maybe to do something, maybe to get a closure about something as well. Because after all, Mercury is the ruler of your seventh house. People from the past coming, contacting you, maybe even to do some work project together, or if it's a past relationship, to redefine it somehow, to start it sometimes, or to have closure on it. So this is the more triggering part, but also it's for good. Always everything is for good, even if it feels more chaotic for a moment. But otherwise, there is very beautiful Zen combination throughout the whole month of Jupiter trine Saturn, trine the new moon in your 12th house. It's all happening. The very blessed combination, it's happening in your hidden houses, Sagittarius. So it's more of a private hidden harmonization of your feelings, of your astral body. These are the houses where we store trauma, where we store the fourth house, for example, where Saturn is making the trine from, is our childhood trauma, our inner child wounds. The eighth house is if you've been betrayed somewhere and where we hold the trauma and where we feel something has more control over us, where the impulsive emotional decisions come from. 12th house is past lives, even subconscious traumas that we don't even remember. And these are all the world of the feelings, the unprocessed feelings, where the planets are aligning in a divine, beautiful way of the grand trine to create healing for you there. So there is this opportunity here to release the past, very big. You see, there is, yeah, Mars is in your sign, is making you more active and so on, but there is a lot of internal, almost alchemical process happening within you that is freeing you or releasing you from old pains and processed feelings, or making you see them from a different perspective. And because the astral body, a lot of the ailments, physical diseases, come from unprocessed feelings, fears, and they trickle down to the physical. You have this rare opportunity that something can shift in your feelings, like a purging of feelings, like seeing them from a different perspective, even to re-experience them, but to shift the perspective on that, so it even leads to miracle healings of some sort. Very rare, and this very rare, this water grand trine, and it's happening all throughout November. It keeps being filled in. Saturn and Jupiter making perfect trine the whole month. They're stationary, they're not moving at 25 degrees in the water signs. And then the sun first activates it, then Venus, then the new moon, then Mercury retrograde activates it. It leaves on the 20th, your sign Sagittarius. So things become more predictable, let's say, after the 20th. But let's go one by one with those grand trines where the healing is happening, when the internal alchemy, transformation of your feelings and your wounds. Jupiter is stationary in your eighth house. When a planet is stationary, it really has much stronger impact. It's like it stops in the sky and it doesn't move. And on us, for us, it feels like Jupiter becomes 3 times more potent. So the big shifts in this eighth house can happen. And you have Jupiter in the eighth house just for 1 year. And it becomes retrograde there just once for 3, 4 months. But the important events happen when it turns retrograde and when it turns direct, when it changes direction. So this month is one of those months when it's turning retrograde in your eighth house. So some very important developments can happen. Okay, let's start with the spiritual side of the eighth house. This is your old traumas, pains, this is that are unprocessed, that are poisoning us. They can be a powerful release of starting to shift, to change direction in how you feel about some trauma from the past, or how you feel about something that has more control over you. These are our obsessions, our things that we do compulsively as well. So some shift, internal one, can start happening now inside of you. Even if you're not consciously looking for it, it's an internal process, it's an invisible process. So there can be some breakthrough psychologically from some, you know, situation psychologically that you've been stuck in. You start seeing it differently. Or on the more material level, this, and it can be accompanied with some kind of purging sometimes as well. Eighth house has this. But eighth house is the house of spontaneous healings when Jupiter is there, and Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. So there is this element of possibility of a spontaneous healing of a long-standing condition. Eighth house is chronic health problems. So Jupiter retrograding there, the tides are turning for you. Maybe you discover a different alternative way for it, or maybe just this release of trauma spontaneously will start turning the condition around. And this process might be 2-3 months while Jupiter is retrograde. But yeah, this is one of the highest manifestations of Jupiter in your eighth house. It starts working on a deeper level. Also, your intuition will deepen and become stronger. You'll have some deep realizations about yourself, your motivations, your past, almost like divine downloads. And the eighth house is a natural researcher with Jupiter there. You can have a lot of aha moments and insights about certain situations in your life. And it's also very good to do research. If you're a scientist, if you're someone, or if retrograde planet likes Jupiter retrograde is more focused on knowledge and understanding and wisdom and intuition, it can start the process of opening the chakras. Eighth house is connected to the Kundalini. It can start process of spiritual awakening of some sort, or it can start the process of, as we said, just releasing, healing, or just for some of it, just going into a research mode, going into research, especially if you like occult knowledge, astrology, tarot, uh, any mysteries, going deep diving with knowledge to understand even conspiracy theories, even the darker motivations, the deep state, and such kind of more taboo topics to understand them, or just to understand the shadow work. It will be much easier to do, and you can do some very intense and releasing shadow work, recognizing your weaknesses, your subconscious responses, and triggers. And Jupiter retrograde, kind of, because it slows down the energy, gives you the opportunity to see frame by frame what causes those compulsive reactions, so those behaviors or those patterns, and to start freeing you. They also call the fourth, eighth, and 12th houses the houses moksha, liberation. These are houses of spiritual liberation, and spiritual liberation happens only when you start detaching from things that you're afraid to lose. So this, especially in eighth house, Jupiter retrograde can give you to start recognizing the power that you have through the emotion, being emotionally vulnerable, how it makes you powerful instead of trying to be like, but being emotionally vulnerable will make you powerful. It also makes a process of forgiving and healing and letting go of hurts against you. And especially if you've been abused in some way, if you've been taken advantage, if your trust was betrayed. Eighth house stores all of that. And Jupiter there helps you see it from a different perspective. Maybe there was a purpose for this happening, helps you release it, and helps you forgive such people. And that's when the biggest healings and transformations happen. And don't forget that Jupiter is you. Wherever Jupiter goes, you go, and you deep diving into this eighth house for 3-4 months. But in November, it's very powerful to have these deep realizations, to see what's taking your power, to claim back this power, to start a deep healing, as I said. But there is also material manifestation to the eighth house. There can be a shift and some important decisions that you have to take with eighth house matters. One of them can be taxes. Like you have to study more or learn more about taxes so you can be more wise with them, so you can be, make the most of them. Jupiter brings great knowledge about such things and deep dive on some work there. Or it can be that you receive some money that you didn't expect, or money owed to you, taxes coming back to you, for example, a big tax rebate. Or eighth houses, if someone owes you money, Jupiter going retrograde there, this money can come back to you now. Or it might be that you start a process of how to receive more from other people's resources, how to tap into the potential Maybe you collaborate with someone. Maybe you are in a partnership with someone, but there is more that you can benefit from their talents and potential, because the eighth house is the second from the seventh, the talents, the potentials of others, the resources of others. So you can become more proficient in how you can utilize and tap into and even develop and benefit through the resources of others, through the talents of others. Maybe there will be a shift in the finances of your partner because Jupiter is receiving a lot of great aspects. I'm saying it's going to be for good, that money can come to you through others in some way. So ask for help from others, financial or psychological, emotional, and you can receive it. Maybe you can receive a great check back from some project that you've worked on, because eighth house is other people's finances. So in investments that you've made, some shift or decision that you have to make there. Eighth house is intimacy, the ability to feel desire, to open oneself to another, to trust another. And Jupiter starts a healing process to allow you there to allow others to feel deeper intimacy. I remember Jupiter retrograde in my eighth house was first physical and emotional healing, much deeper intimacy. I met my husband then. Even the retrograde period, the intimacy deepened even more and more. And we had to address some issues of trusting each other. And we were very open because Jupiter makes you open to this process. And of course, I had insecurities. And when Jupiter turned retrograde, we opened up about our insecurities to each other's and what made us fearful about the relationship and so on. And we merged our money together and we started making 3 times as much money together with our merged energy. And I also tapped into the potential of the people I worked with, which I hadn't tapped till then. So Jupiter can allow you to do all of this, to use other people's resources. Maybe you ask for a loan or for money or for mortgage, and now Jupiter goes retrograde. So something you asked for before or something that you've planned, it comes to you now. Because retrograde is something that you've already thought about or planned. It can come to you. You start working on it now, deepening it. And then when it moves direct, you can see the results in a few months from now. All right. But yeah, this is one of the beautiful things. And then you have the new moon together with Mercury retrograde moving into your 12th house and the new moon in the 12th house on the 20th of November. This is again tapping into your subconscious, realizing some things. That's why this whole month is great to, if you have a psychologist to work with them, you can have incredible insights. Even past life regressions is the 12th house, remembering something, the root of it, and that can bring healing. So even if you don't work with a psychologist, just introspection, meditation on your own, reading such books can bring big shifts ahead. And Mercury is again shifting your subconscious. They're in the 12th house, new moon, new insights. There can be new beginnings for some of you connected to faraway countries. For others, it might be connected to, because this new moon, not every Sagittarius will feel it. It's in your 12th house of rest, of I would say around the 20th, be more like the 19th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, till the moon becomes visible, and it will become visible in Sagittarius. So from the 21st, 22nd onwards, you'd feel this new inflow of energy more and more potently. And the sun moves into Sagittarius from the 22nd, and the first crescent moon appears in Sagittarius around the 22nd. Mars is already there. You start feeling like newborn then. You start feeling this. So if you have some important new things to do them then. Powerful new beginnings, do them after the 22nd when the sun is already in your sign, the crescent new moon, something to grow, to expand. So that will become more and more positive period for you. And you start feeling the fire, the energy, because you see all those planets in the 12th and 8th, it's internal work. It's more private life matters rather than out there. But when the planets and the sun moves and Venus moves to Sagittarius, I think towards the end of the month, and it becomes better and better for you. Uh, Let me see when Venus moves to Sagittarius. So it moves in December. So right on the first day of December, December will be a flowing energy for you. And then the last planet of the Grand Trine is Saturn. Saturn in your fourth house, it's starting to move direct at the end of November, on the 28th, 29th of November. Mercury also turns direct then. So till the end of November, there might be some things that are up in the air, still uncertain. But Saturn changing direction, it's again big shifts, this time possibly in your family and home life. It's or how you feel about your family, or if there was some difficulties, because Saturn has been in your fourth house for the last 3 years almost. It's not an easy aspect. It's one of the hardest houses for Saturn to be, the fourth and the eighth, and the first as well. All emotional houses. Sorry, but the fourth house in particular, Saturn made you look at family traumas and such things. And now Saturn moving direct, there can be a shift if there was a difficult situation in your personal life with family members, ailing or elderly parent or something like that, or just difficult family circumstances with place of living, with homelessness, or with real estate, or selling or buying real estate, some delays if they were possibly from the end of November, and even through November, because Saturn is receiving trines there. So there can be support, very powerful support with something in your personal life, in your family life, in your the situation around parents, or you as a parent, or heavy responsibilities. It becomes easing up, because Saturn direct is easier energy. And Saturn receiving trines from Jupiter. So, for example, this month can be good to arrange something about property. Maybe if you've been trying to find a place, or buy a place, or sell a place, you'd have much progress because of the trine to Saturn in your fourth house in regards to such matters. If you've been trying to arrange something for your parents, or you as a parent, or your parenting responsibility, or maybe you're building something, it's been delayed, there's been stresses, it starts aligning perfectly now in your personal life. But the fourth house has also connotation of childhood trauma, or the inner child, and learning to put boundaries, and learning to create healthier boundaries with family members. But also it's about forgiving family members and moving forward when Saturn starts moving ahead, with maybe with more with more, which Saturn wanted to do, with more boundaries and with more mature attitude towards the whole family overall. All right. So that's a lot of it. You see, there is a lot of healing coming here. The matters of the eighth house can be very good because of the grand trines, mutual finances, mutual investments, taxes, insurances, inheritances, money that comes to you through others, or support that comes to you through others, even psychology, astrology, and the occult, family and home, good, a bit, might be even good for building, for finding a new place, resolving of some problems with family. And here the 12th house making you very intuitive with this new moon, getting you insights. And the more towards the end of the month, planet starts moving into Sagittarius. So you come out of this overly emotional period and internal, and start coming up on the stage, coming up in the limelight again. So wishing you great healing, great release of the old, and miraculous healings. And yeah, check out my videos for 2026. They're out, only $19 for each of the signs. So if you get Sun, Moon, and Rising, you get them for $40. I'm very excited. This is my work of love that I put my most energy every year. We sell a few thousand of them. These are really the most beloved project that I have, and I work on them for months. And it's 2 hours for each sign, even a bit longer. Thank you. Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising, November 2025. Capricorn, this divine grand trine of blessing is forming and is holding up the whole month in between Saturn in your second house, Saturn in your third house, Jupiter in your seventh house, and Venus, the new moon, the sun and the moon, and even Mercury in your 11th house. These houses are considered the houses of desire. These are the houses where we receive what we want from the external world, which we cannot make for ourselves. And these are usually relationships. What we can't make and create for ourselves, God gives to us through others. And one of the biggest desires we have is to have the right partner, someone with an intimate partner or with a companion, someone to share our life with, to have the right friends, to have the right people around in our life. And now the magic is going to happen for you this month and into December through other people. And the universe will give you from outside what you can't provide for yourself through others. So reach out for help for others. You reach out the hand, you will receive it. Uh, Plus, having this grand trine in the houses of the third, the seventh, and the 11th is amazing for fulfilling truly some desire that you have, because as we said, these are the desire houses. Something that you want, like it might be a recognition from outside, it might be support from outside. You can get this now as a divine blessing, as a divine dispensation. So really beautiful to form partnerships, relationships now. These also business houses, because these are the houses where we create contacts with clients, the houses of sales, the houses of marketing. Again, connecting with others. This is where the blessing comes. So if you're someone who has their own business, it's wonderful time for marketing campaigns. It's wonderful time to reach out to clients, to expand or to select the best clients for you in some way. It's wonderful time for sales of any sorts, even though Mercury will be retrograde from the 10th till the end of the month. So it can delay certain negotiations and business activities and transactions. So keep that in mind. But the connections and the ideas that are being formed right now can be beneficial for you for many, many months and even years ahead, because Jupiter and Saturn rarely make such beautiful trines together and holding them such a long time. And the month starts with Mercury going retrograde around the 10th and Mars there. They meet together from the 10th to the 15th. They're together, very close. So this is a bit more stressful time for all of us collectively. Mercury retrograde conjunct Mars in Sagittarius, very foot in mouth sign that kind of blurts out things, says it, doesn't care what others think, and kind of might be a bit shocking, or it can create conflict. It can create some kind of a stressful situation. So if you notice that others are overly, easily to trigger, you know that this comes, especially the second week, comes from Mercury retrograde with Mars. But not exactly others. Always they meet together in your 12th house. There can be some expenses, for example, that happen. 12th house rules expenses. Or maybe you have to be careful. Mercury retrograde 12th house of losses about your breaking devices, some communication devices, even 12th house can be about hackers, and Mercury is your online presence, and Mars is someone like a dodgy person. Be careful about such things. That's a possibility. I'm not saying it's going to happen 100%. It's just because it's happening in the 12th house. And don't get into intrigues, because 12th house is the hidden house, talking behind someone's back and so on, because it can backfire. But you might find out some secrets with Mercury retrograde in your 12th house. And you might find out something that triggers you to act, triggers you to react, something that's been happening behind your back, but Mercury retrograde wants to bring it to the surface. Or someone said things that have been buried, need to be unearthed again, to be addressed and to be acted on. But this is pretty much like the most stressful situation, plus plans, organizational plans are a bit more surprising. But you can still get a lot of things done. It's in your 12th house, more like behind the scenes, arrange some stuff. But otherwise, as I said, really the focus is on those beautiful grand trine that's happening. And on the 12th, Jupiter is turning retrograde in your 7th house. Jupiter entered your 7th house in June 25 and will stay there till June 20, till July almost 26. And now it's the one and only time it's going to go retrograde in your 7th house for the next 15 years. And Jupiter basically mission there is for those of you who are single Capricorns to find you the right partner. For those of you who are in unhappy relationships, to free you and liberate you in an easy way without drama from the wrong relationships. And these might not be just marriages, this might be uh, long-term relationships or business partnerships. So Jupiter in the 7th is not always so you meet the love of your life. Jupiter in the 7th is Jupiter is the great benefic. So it wants to give you a much better and healthy environment when it comes to relationships. And even if it frees you from some contracts and some uh, business or personal partnerships, it does it in a very gentle and in a very, it's not going to feel painful, it's going to feel liberating, it's going to feel right for you. And it can bring opportunities for new relationships. But those big pivotal events that Jupiter wants to create in your 7th house, either to bring into your life very important people or to heal the relationships for you, to make a change in your life through your partners, to bring opportunities in your life through business or in the life of your partner, it tends to do it when it changes direction. So something starts to shift in your relationships. Maybe certain commitments that you have to others, they have to start shifting now. Maybe the personal life of your marriage partner starts changing, but it's for good because Jupiter is giving it, and Jupiter is all trine with beautiful trines this month. So even if there are changes in your relationship in some way, this is all happening for good, and this is all going to, even if there are some relationships ending, even let's say that, it's again to free you, to liberate you, and to align you to a better such relationships, business or personal. So something start changing in regards to your commitments with others, in regards to your relationships with clients. You start seeing it from a different perspective. You start making some important decisions. Maybe you haven't been in touch with some clients for a long time. You get back in touch with them for the next 3 months while Jupiter is retrograde in the 7th house. Maybe a project you haven't, this is the public, the 1st, the 7th, the 11th, a project that exists now, you can double down on your efforts. Retrograde planets is to double down on efforts in regards to this project to make it reach much more audience. Sorry. Oh, and maybe it might take 2-3 months for this, but the results will be really, what does Jupiter rule? It rules, especially when it turns direct in a few months, it rules blessings, it rules prosperity, it rules growth. But now, like you start to shift your perspective, maybe someone from the past you haven't heard from comes back and connects with you and say, hey, let's do this together. If someone offers you to do something, or maybe not from the past, someone because retrograde means like or maybe an idea that you've thought about, someone can offer it to you to do it or to help you with it. Maybe you've had some plan and someone comes as a help to you, as a collaborator, to help you to fulfill that. So if you get offered something by people now, I would say this November and even into December, it's a very good sign that it's a divine blessing because it's happening during a very auspicious configuration where things are harmonious, the energies are harmonious, the negative forces are not allowed, they're tied down for a period with this grand trine. So if opportunity comes to you through others, some offer comes to you, maybe your partner says, hey, let's move to live somewhere else. Or your partner says, or someone says, hey, let's do this project together. Or you get offered a marriage, a partnership, stay open for that, because this helping hand might just work very well, or it might be a very good next stage, change of the situation in a relationship. I've seen people that their businesses grow so much when Jupiter is in their seventh house. From the ascendant, I've seen it a lot. From the sun as well, actually. It happened to me through the sun, from the sun in the seventh. And again, there is others, or how you contact, or how you do better sales. And Jupiter brings wisdom about those things. Seventh house is the public, the audience. So you can get more wisdom about, more knowledge, more insight intuitively, how to connect, how to offer the right thing to the audience, to the public, or how to start improving your relationship. If your relationship, if you love your partner, your relationship is suffering in some way, Jupiter retrograde gives you, with especially with trines only, this opportunity to stabilize, to try and change some things there, to revise it, to improve it, to double down on your efforts to make it more connected, more soulful as well, because these are water signs. So that's the seventh house. So maybe some contract, there is some contract that uh, you have to work on. Again, that seventh house activity, some negotiations that Jupiter can help you. And because Saturn is trining it, whatever you're doing in partnerships now in December and January as well, this will be long lasting. Whatever decision you take in a partnership, whatever change is happening in the life of a partner, it's something that's stabilizing, that will be grounding, that's gonna be good. All right. And then you're gonna have new moon in the 11th house. New moon is when the sun and the moon get together, and Mercury goes retrograde and joins this new moon on the 20th of November, with Venus there also in your 11th house. Again, this is house of friendships. So new moon, some new beginnings there. While Mercury is something from the past, so maybe friends from the past connect with you, teammates or some benefactors, so people that wish you well. Usually is the 11th house is well wishers connect with you. Maybe you have to talk out certain aspects with friendships. Usually, I tend to meet up with friends I haven't seen for a while, or I work on some long-term project. The 11th house is work long-term project when Mercury is retrograde there. Correcting it, editing it. I take an old project or product, I brush it up, I improve it, or I bring it again to the audience to remind people, speak about it. That's good for such things, bringing new life, new moon into an old project. Or maybe you're finishing some old projects, starting something new. But the 11th house is about fulfilling our goals and dreams. I told you these are houses of fulfilling our desires. And someone can help you in that direction. Some new acquaintances, some new network, people from your network can appear, or ones that you already know, because Mercury is retrograde, ones we already know, to help you with some long-term goal project that you're working on. Uh, and of course, Mercury retrograde is using more of your intellectual and skills and abilities to complete such project, to correct it, to upgrade it. And some of you just might be just catching up with friends you haven't seen in a while. That can be the easiest. Or also participating in events or with like-minded people after this new moon. So the last 10 days of December, up for November, even December. But Venus is also in your 11th house, so it's beneficial for friendships, for contacts. 11th house is also gainfulness. This is the money you get from your business. This is a bonus you might receive. This is your salary. And with Mercury going retrograde there, this is money you might receive from the government as well, because it's the second from the 10th. The 10th house is the government. It can indicate that you, if there is even some delays for such matters, they all start improving at the end of the month when Mercury turns direct in your 11th house. But you might be arranging something in regards to a salary, working on some project that will change your salary, renegotiating something about your salary or about the gains of your business, putting some efforts to change things there in some way, plus some new ideas because of the new moon. And Venus is very gainful also through the 11th house. And if you get invited to by people somewhere, I would say you as a Capricorn, you should take that opportunity. And you should, if someone gives you, or even you can ask for helping hand, you know, but it should be with measure because Saturn is also making trine here to all of those. It should be like with certain rules, with certain, maybe put it in paper, in contract, if there is certain promises made. Because Saturn also wants to be honored, and it's about rules and really doing things by the book, by the law. And with some measure, don't rush too quickly, but it's very good for professional, any kind of professional contacts. And yeah, the last but not least, Saturn is turning direct as well in your third house, where it's been for the last 2, 3 years, helping you find your voice, helping you organize your thoughts, helping you clean up and see who your contacts around you, who are the people you can trust in difficult times. Plus, maybe remove some people from your life. But now Saturn is turning direct in November, towards the end of November, but it's receiving trines from Jupiter, from the new moon, from Venus. So if there are some complications with people, if there was in difficult relationships with people, they start again clearing up. If there are some complications in your relationships with siblings, with relatives, with neighbors, with coworkers, with teammates, with colleagues, again, these things start improving. The tension starts going down. It becomes easier and better. If there were some problems with you or if you've been working hard on some project, Saturn in the third house, some mental project, maybe content creation, media, third house rules that, might be writing some report, taking some class or course. It's where you use a lot of like mental project that is using your mental skills, writing, speaking, communication. If you've had some hard work there about that and some delays, Saturn turning direct now this month, you'll start seeing the good results of it. You'll start seeing it starting to give, you're seeing the results of it. And if there was some blockage in your communications, in your ability to reach others, in your ability to be heard by others, it all starts improving from this month. And again, you can receive even help from others. So if you've had problems with your car, Saturn in the third house might be that, or in the, you know, some blockages and delays with commuting. Again, Saturn starts solving when it starts moving direct and receiving the trines from Jupiter and the other planets here. It all starts improving and moving forward. Maybe it's a good time now to put your voice out there, to be heard, to reach out to others, to connect to clients, to connect to friends that might help you, uh, to receive support and give support to others. But it's going to be some mutual blessing there together. So there you go, Capricorns. And towards the end of the month, everything turns direct, uh, except Jupiter, which is retrograde. And by the way, Jupiter goes retrograde at 25, 26 degrees in Capricorn. So those 20 to 27, 8 degrees Capricorn, rising sun or moon, they feel Jupiter the strongest this month. The most beneficial influences, the biggest changes come to them, the biggest shift. And Jupiter looking at you is protecting you the whole month, protecting you physically, health wise, and always someone you'll be able to reach out and receive support there. So thank you so much. And if you'd like to hear your horoscope for 2026, they're ready. For each sign is 2 hours and a bit longer. I've put all my heart into it. I always I make them for a couple of months, those horoscopes. I really give the best of me. If you like my style of astrology, only $19 for the next 2 weeks. You can get your ascendant sign, moon, rising for only $40, the three of them. Or you can just choose the rising sign, which I recommend, or if you feel more aligned to the sun sign. So thank you so much. Check out the description below for more details. Aquarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, November 2024. 5. Hi, Aquarius. This month, we're going to have this great grand trine happening in our earth houses. It's in water signs, but for us, it activates the second, the sixth, and the 10th houses. So you're putting in order your life, the practical side of your life. So there can be some very harmonious and positive developments throughout the month because this grand trine keeps feeling first Saturn and Jupiter constantly in trine in your second and sixth house, while then the sun fills it, Venus, the moon, the new moon, then Mercury retrograde. So we keep having this perfect trine, grand trine, which is divine blessings that you can have positive developments happening in your material life, to really harmonize and organize your routines and habits, to be healthier, to take care of your body. These are the earth houses, that take care of the most important things, the body, paying the bills, to have positive developments with finances, to have almost like a blessing and opportunities that come to you about finances or with work, if you've been having problems with your work as well, to solve them or to things to shift there with your career, to have forward move ahead, but we'll go through a new developments there. But let's start month by month. First, we're going to have Mars leaving Scorpio, so it's going to stop squaring you from the 5th, and it's going to start harmoniously supporting you for the next month and a half after that. Most of November, Mars will be in your 11th house, making you more active, following your long-term goals and dreams, more proactive socially. Mars can bring even new social connections, while Mercury goes retrograde on the 10th, also in your 11th house. So there is a mixture of new initiatives to meet new people, new social contacts, new benefactors, even, and connections, while also connecting with someone from the past. Maybe you see some friends you haven't seen for a while when Mercury goes retrograde, or maybe 11th house is colleagues as well. It's like-minded people, not necessarily very close friends always. It's your social network, expanded social environment, and you might make some changes there. You might decide that certain people shouldn't stay in your life while you became more excited about other people. You might revise certain relationships, friendships, contacts, remove some people from your Facebook or Instagram that you follow or that follow your, because Mercury retrograde is about revising some of those who you want to be in your social environment, but also getting back together with people you haven't seen, maybe to do some business project, maybe to collaborate for something, maybe even to receive some help about something from someone. You might be working to finish some long-term projects, like correcting them, fixing them a bit, reconnecting with people about some work to do as well, or friends. But be careful the week from the 9th to the 15th, because Mars and Mercury are together. So people are more, especially in your social environment, people might be more easy to get triggered. And yes, excitable for sure. You can make some very exciting relationships around that time, friendships, acquaintances, business contacts. But because Mercury is retrograde, some things might be misunderstood, some things might need to be talked out, and you might need to talk out certain situations with already existing friends. And yeah, it can be like it's busy social time. There's old elements, new elements, but this time, like for example, I'll be at a huge event, 11 houses events, and it's a charity event at that. And I'll be meeting a lot of people from all over Bulgaria that are in charity and so on. Some of them I know, some of them I don't know, but that's exactly on the Mercury Mars conjunction. So it's either to get excited about some project and talk out and discuss stuff, or you might You might get into fights with some people. So be careful about that, or it might be a bit stressful. It's just part of the nature of Mars and Mercury. And if you feel people are more reactive, know why it is. And then the other big event is that Jupiter is turning direct in our retrograde, sorry, on the 12th. Jupiter goes in our sixth house once every 12 years. The sixth house from Aquarius, it's here. Once every 12 years, and it goes retrograde there, stationary retrograde, once every 12 years only. Jupiter will stay in our sixth house till July almost 2026, but it's the big events connected to the sixth house that Jupiter can trigger are activated during its stationary retrograde and stationary direct changes of direction, because Jupiter becomes 3 times more potent during those changes of direction. So it's been sitting there for a few months now, but now you're going to see like some very pivotal decisions, changes, turnaround, developments connected, first of all, to your work, sixth house. This is like a change of direction. So maybe something in your work will start shifting. You might start prioritizing different things. You might go back to projects that you haven't finished that will require your attention, but they'll be going wonderful because Jupiter receives trines all the time in November, in December as well, even into January. So maybe work on completing some old project that can become a source of growth for you professionally, career-wise, during the next 2-3 months while Jupiter is retrograde there in your sixth house. Finish it, put a lot of, and Jupiter expands, gives more work as generally. When it's in the sixth house, more duties and responsibilities if it's not work, or maybe some job you applied for a while ago will come back to you now. Or maybe something you wanted to do, but you haven't gotten around to doing in regards to your job, in regards to your employment, in regards to some duty or responsibility comes back to you now. But again, it carries a positive quality with it because it's Jupiter doing it. Also, maybe some employee you've worked with, they can come back to you to work on some project, might be good, or maybe you rethink the employees that you have, the people that, you do the work engagements with, and start making some changes in that environment at work or with colleagues or something like that. But again, it is for good because Jupiter is doing it, or maybe the environment at work start changing, the duties and the responsibilities start changing, the projects in some way. And there might be some delays with a certain project, but a retrograde planet wants us to double down on efforts. And Jupiter, yes, we need to make some efforts too, but Jupiter with trines by Saturn will guarantees that this, maybe when Jupiter starts moving direct in 3-4 months from now, it will expand our professional business. It can expand our business. It can expand our professional achievements. It can expand our productivity. It can improve the infrastructure of the work and so on. So those efforts that have to be done during the retrograde will be for good. So some of you might revise, do I want to be in this job? Jupiter retrograde, but Jupiter will also give you the insight, what is the right job for you? It will, because there is a shift in your mind, how you feel about sixth house matters, your job, your work. But Jupiter shows you which is the right one and reorients you and finds you an even better job or even better structure, not structure, but like efficiency, way to be efficient. Sixth house is also our health habits. They can be changed. Starting Jupiter's ultimate goal there is to make us healthy and to have more knowledge about what makes us unhealthy and to free us from unhealthy habits in the sixth house. Sixth house is the house of daily routines, habits, but also self-medicating oneself, what medicine you take, what supplements, your nutrition. Jupiter there starts one deep dive for 3 months while it's retrograde or 4 into researching maybe alternative and different ways of doing your health, coming back even to some health habits that used to work very well to you, rediscovering them, bring them up to life. Might be some exercise routine, might be some smoothie that made you good, maybe some supplement that gives you an answer. Maybe also researching, because Jupiter in Cancer in the sixth house likes to research about health, about nutrition, about daily routines, which, like, for some people, it's you realize like you gain knowledge. A retrograde Jupiter brings knowledge, and you might gain knowledge like, okay, what is the right amount of sleep for me? What is the right foods? What is the right amount of foods for me as well? And it's easier when Jupiter is in the sixth house than ever to shift your health. And because the right knowledge is given to you, what is intuitively you almost know what is good for you. And Jupiter allows you to let go of unhealthy habits with more ease. And especially when it's retrograde, you rethink which are the things that might be unhealthy for you. You rethink it and you realize it and you intuitively free yourself from the attachment to those things. There is this healing energy that's working there. Jupiter in the sixth house can be some big decisions about a pet, about an employee, about your job, about your health. That is very important, and change of direction in matters regarding there. Because there is great trines there, I think they're gonna be positive mostly. I cannot guarantee 100% for everyone, but because Jupiter is in such great condition, it's trine Saturn, trine the new moons, trine Neptune. I think that all those changes will be for good that are starting to happen, and you receive the right support. Then Aquarius, we have a big activation of your 10th house this month as well. Venus is the whole time there, making you for career, for reputation, very good, very successful month. Mercury goes retrograde there from the 20th of November, right at the same time as the new moon in your 10th house. This is a potent new moon. I mean, every year you have new moon in the 10th house, but this one is a potent one because it's with exactly conjunct retrograde Mercury. So this is about restarting your career, maybe for some of you like a new project, as we said, but also completing something from the past, also reevaluating certain aspect of the structure of your career, of the responsibilities that you're doing. Maybe it can be managed better. There might be some, especially the Aquarians that are in the last 10 degrees of Aquarius Mercury, they feel the Mercury retrograde the second part of November stronger, with everything Mercury retrograde around it, delaying some projects, kind of uh, having to adjust your schedule, having to change certain plans, having to have plan B and C. And Mercury retrograde is not there just to piss us off. It's there because oftentimes there is a better way to do something. And Mercury makes you see that alternative better way, reorganize yourself during the retrograde period. And when it starts moving direct, you come back to more balanced situation, especially in regards to your career. It will be in your 10th house retrograde. Comes back to more better organization there, better managing abilities. Maybe requires you to use 3 times more of your communicative skills, of your creative skills, because Mercury rules your 5th house of creativity, of your skills overall, of your knowledge in some project that can be visible to others as well, that can be career related. For some of you, it will be rethinking certain aspects of career. Some of you, it might be bringing up some old project, breathing life into it, like I'll be doing then with this Mercury retrograde, my astrology marathon, which is something I'm coming back to, an old project that I'm starting again with people from before that I collaborated. But because of Mercury retrograde, I'm sure that, okay, we're supposed to meet today. Oh no, it will be the next day, or there'll be this kind of normal Mercury retrograde mess. You can hear from people from the past. Again, I repeat this during this Mercury retrograde. But there is also this reset and starting something new career wise or in your reputation. There is like a lot of energy here. You might be more public this month. You might be more, and if you have to go to places where you'll be seen, this is good, because Venus is in your 10th house. You come across as powerful, but yet elegant and diplomatic. You come with the Sunday in your 10th house, again, power, brilliance. You may be discuss and renegotiate something about your career or certain aspects about it, or have contact with people so you can do something about discuss some career project. Mercury retrograde, then it turns direct at the end of November, and it stays in the 10th house till the 10th something of December. So the focus continues to be there as well, but things become more settled and more predictable after the 30th of November when it turns direct. Before that, there might be the need, to juggle a few things, to rearrange a few things with your plans overall. Yes, what else? And then Saturn turns direct in your second house. Saturn has been in your second house for the last 2.5, 3 years. And this is the last time it was retrograde for us. And the last time for the next 30 years, it's turning direct. And it has only 2 months after that, December and January, to be in our second house. And then it leaves for 28 years. It's not going to be there. Saturn gave us some lessons about saving, about being financially more responsible, about maturing there, about working hard, about the food choices we make, about our self-worth, about being self-sufficient financially, self-reliant. So this is a financial house, and routines. It taught us better routines. Hopefully it taught some of us better eating habits. But Saturn turning direct, if you've been having problems with those things, they'll start disappearing. They'll start getting resolved. So, for example, if you've had some financial uncertainties, blockages, they start getting resolved, Aquarius. If you've had some, and plus Saturn is being held by Jupiter in the sixth house, somehow maybe improving your work situation can help also resolve financial situation, or improving and revising your health habits starts improving how the food that you eat, again, your routines, and the new moons here in the 10th house, again, career, maybe that starts resolving and helping as well with, or maybe some institutional people in power can help you financially as well. So if there's financial issues, they start becoming easier resolving. If you've been working hard on some project that is supposed to create financial stability for you for a long time ahead, because this is what Saturn likes to do in the second. Now, when it starts turning direct, you might start seeing the results. And especially by the time Saturn leaves the second house in 2-3 months from now, you you might have created something that will be financially like a foundation for you and growth for many years. Also, second house is, yeah, I think we mentioned pretty much everything for the second house. So yeah, this get November, you take care of practical side of things. You can have some fun as well, don't worry. Mars is in your 11th house. You can be social. Sorry about that. It's not only about work and money and reputation. And the 10th house is the most powerful house in the horoscope. It's very strongly activated. You feel more visible, more seen, able to make change in the world around you, to be impactful as well. So, yeah, enjoy and make the best out of this, kids. Thank you so much. And yeah, check out my horoscopes for 2026, where for us Aquarians, things will change, especially the second part of the year. It becomes all about connecting with others, relationships, the right contacts. Some of you might be even meeting the love of your life, so I'll get to that because you have huge, huge shift. Jupiter in the seventh house becomes incredible for relationships, for sales, for business contacts, and so on. All right, and we'll become much more energetic 2026. But check out, it's only $19 for each of the 12 signs. This is my work of love for you that I present every year, and they're out. Many of you know them because we get like a few thousand orders, 10,000 per year every time on those horoscopes. So That's what I really focus the most on for all of you and give the best from myself. Thank you. Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising, November 2025. Pisces, pretty much most of the planets will be in water signs, and you're a water sign, so there will be a lot of support. When other planets from water signs are making a trine to you, this is the most harmonious aspect. It's like the universe, you go in flow with the universe. Your intuition strengthens. You know instinctively what is the right thing for you to do. And the other water planets in water houses, water signs, they are helping you align to your divine path, to create the things that you really want to create for yourself and in your life. Because these are the most inspirational houses where all the other planets will be, as you can see. Jupiter in your fifth house, the new moon and Venus and Mercury retrograde after that in your ninth house. Connection to your higher self, to your higher ideals. Like these are houses of luck and like the things align. You're at the right place at the right time. Like the universe has your back basically. And as if your higher self is orchestrating events from above and putting you at the right places, the right opportunities that help you achieve some big work that you might have, some vision for yourself, because they're helping the first house, you. I mean, if your moon is in Pisces, it's more about your personal life, that things align, about your emotional healing, mental health, your family life, your internal happiness, things align for your personal life overall. If it's your sun, it's usually about your goals, the kingdom you want to create, the life that you want to create, your visions for a better version. For your ascendant is everything, like your alignment, right alignment on your path, strength, food, your health, with your, because the ascendant is your physical body, is your physical presence on this earth. So all many planets, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, kind of align to put you on the right tracks here. And you need to take advantage of that because grand trines are very beautiful, gentle energy, but at the same time, we might miss the opportunities if we don't act on them. So, advise you, if opportunities appear, know from your heart that actually these are good things happening and coming into your life, and take some, at least little action in that direction. And the big event is that Saturn is also turning direct for the last time in Pisces this month. The whole month it's stationary, so there is like a big change and shift of your direction that's happening now. The whole November, stationary Saturn, it was moving backwards and it's about to start moving forwards. At the end of the month, it starts moving forwards, but it receives a lot of help and support. But let's start one by one. First, we have Mercury turning retrograde in your 10th house on the 10th of November. So it means it stays in your 10th house the whole November till the 20th of November, because it's the first 10 days is directed, the next 10 days is retrograde, and then it will move back into your ninth house. And Mars is also there. So there is a lot of activity also connected to your worldly reputation, to career, maybe expectations that you have to meet there. And you become more, with Mars entering your 10th house from the 5th and Mercury going retrograde there. First, you get more ambitious career wise, more initiative there. You can get a lot of work done. I just got Mars through my 10th house. My God, I was working on the yearly horoscopes for this couple of months with Mars there. It was non-stop work. So yeah, this can make you busy there, under pressure, meeting some deadlines, but you become more productive as well. But if there is any kind of authority figures, institutions, father figures, now, especially the week when Mercury and Mars meet together from the 9th till the 15th, it's more easy to have a confrontation with such figures because They together, Mars arguments, Mercury communication, so shouting communication. So maybe the need to discuss something, to arrange something with institutions or authority figures, some papers or documents when Mercury goes retrograde, some missing papers and documents you need to deal with, and especially those Pisces that are the first 10 degrees of Pisces, 0 to 10, they would feel this Mercury Mars conjunction and Mercury retrograde the strongest. And everything Mercury retrograde, you have to pay attention to it. Those, those first couple of weeks, 20 days. This is about make sure that anything about contracts, you check it correctly, about verbal or written promises. It might, you might have to revise such contracts or agreements or written or spoken promises. And you have to be careful about the details of things, about passwords, about communications, especially so you don't trigger some conflict with a father figure, authority figure, a police figure, But otherwise, if you're your own boss, that's very active there. You may be finishing some project, career. Maybe you have to put a lot of energy, Mars, there to arrange, to manage Mercury as well, some projects, to correct them, to improve them. Yeah, so there is this a bit of a stressful energy, but also very productive. And Mercury retrograde doesn't just want to create problems. It wants to show you that there is maybe a better way to do something, to revise how you've done it, maybe to get you to return back to an old project, to revive it somehow, to complete it, to improve it. And in communications, again, with institutions, peoples in authority, bosses, they can be a bit more complicated, but maybe some things need to be said. Maybe you need to address something. Maybe the boss needs to address something with you. And there will be this, the need to resolve either conflict or some situation to, it's not necessarily a negative thing as well. And then the big event is that Jupiter is turning direct on the 12th in your fifth house, and it's part of the grand trine that's supporting you. And the biggest events always happen when Jupiter turns direct or retrograde in regards to the house it's transiting. So now going retrograde in your fifth house, there can be some big shifts, but I think they're for the best, they're for good, because Jupiter is trine Saturn, is trine the Sun, Venus. One of the fifth houses, for example, in your relationship with your children, there might begin some shift to happen there, some change of perspective, some change into the aspects of the relationship, or maybe a big change starting to happen about your child. It changes its decision about education, changes their decision about their profession, or some big shift, like maybe they take a big decision to get married, or something important there. I remember when Jupiter went retrograde in my fifth house a year or something ago. That's when I chose a new school for my kids, and it was a good choice, basically. And there was a shift that, like, a new teacher, and that was very good on them. So, some big things happening there. Or fifth house is your romantic life. There might be a big change how you feel romantically about someone. Maybe suddenly you recognize someone that you had around you, that you have feelings for them, or maybe even you knew this person and now something happens that, because Jupiter wants to give us love when it's in the fifth house. This is the biggest gift. Also, you might change your mind about having children, or or some surprising news, surprise you're pregnant, or maybe your romantic relationships can, maybe a past romantic relationship can come into your life for something to be restarted, to have closure, or to bring more meaning and joy into your life. I remember my sister-in-law met her current partner during Jupiter retrograde in her fifth house. And that was someone she's never been with before, but used to be a friend of hers long time before that at school. And Mercury, Jupiter retrograde in the fifth house. Okay. Also, it can be about unlocking, because the stationary period when planet changes direction, it's unlocking the potential of this fifth house. We in fifth house is where our good karma is stored, previous actions from past lifetimes, for example. And Jupiter changing there can mean that some unlocking of this good karma. Sometimes people can be more lucky, so maybe play the lottery if you have it. If you've decided, like in this lifetime, to cash out that check from previous lifetimes' good actions, so now it can be the unlocking of it. And maybe also you might some creative project, you might revisit it, or business project that you had that is your own baby, your own idea, that you come back to complete it, that you come back to, and you have a lot of help and support with that. It will be the right thing to do, that you come to bring it live or to improve it in some way, and the creativity will flow there. Or maybe fifth house can be going back to some hobbies and other fun things that you used to do before. Like when Jupiter again in my fifth house, it was retrograde. I've skied before a few times and I didn't do it for many years. And Jupiter retrograde, my fifth house, I discovered I loved skiing. I improved my skiing. Now this is one of my biggest hobbies, even though I ski very funny still. I ski like the pizza shape, but I love it. And I go on the very steep ones, but I'm doing it. So you might unlock some talent or skill or ability as well, because fifth house rules our natural talents, what you're naturally passionate about, what we can do over and over again every day and show up for. Just like the sun, the fifth house has the quality of the sun, because it's its dharma. It's what its soul is meant to be. It's what you're most naturally attuned to. You can really discover such abilities, such skills, such talents, such hobbies, such leisure times now with Jupiter retrograde there. But also, it's about, there is kind of like old good karma coming back to you. You see, so there is this great help here, and Jupiter is helping you with its full trine, especially those Pisces that are around the 24th, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th degree, where Saturn is as well there, because Saturn is a heavy influence. It's right on those degrees, but it's turning direct, and Jupiter is helping those Pisces that Saturn is right on them to really have improvement and to really get support and opportunities. I'm sorry. And even like a loved person can help you. Romantically, as I said, there can be a big shift and so on. Then the other event is the new moon in your ninth house, another house of luck, of higher self, of aligning you to your true path. And it's happening on the 20th, and that's about the time Mercury retrograde also goes and joins there, right at the eclipse, at the new moon, sorry. New moon is about new beginnings. Mercury retrograde is about something from the past. So you might revisit old plans you've had for yourself, revive them, reset them, give them new life. You might set totally new goals for yourself. The ninth house is the plans for the future we have, the highest ideal and version and vision of our life we would like to have. And you see, they beautifully harmonize with your actions, Saturn in the first house, with your inspirations, with your divine alignment. This is also the house of divine alignment. A lot of insights come to us when there is activation of the ninth house. We become clear about what we want, who we are. We start trying to improve ourselves morally, our qualities as a human being. So you're doing an upgrade to yourself. The planets are helping you. Yes, you might revise some of your existing plans. You might decide to change somehow the direction with Mercury retrograde there, but because it's part of such harmonious aspect, I don't think it will be so much. Oh yeah, Uranus is also opposing the new moon, so it might be like a quick, fast decision that realigns you to new direction, to new plans and goals. You might have to arrange some papers or documents for foreign countries or about some legal matters with Mercury retrograde there. You might have to uh, you might connect with people. Mercury rules your seventh house in the ninth, people from faraway places or people from different social status than you. The ninth house is people that are not, that are kind of like even more elevated than us culturally. Reconnect with such of people that are in foreign places or from more distant places than us. You might have to revise or study something or work on some project to learning, teaching, counseling, advising others. And you might receive a lot of very important advice from others because the ninth house is the house of the teachers in our life, whether they appear as an actual teacher and a coach or whether they appear as a good beneficial influence like a guardian angel who gives us an advice, who gives us direction, who opens some opportunity for us. Stay open for such things because the ninth house is the house of opportunity for expanding your vision of the future and what is possible. So there is this upgrading of how much you believe it's possible to happen in your life. The breadth of your vision, the scope of your vision increases. And some opportunities that you didn't notice before that were around, you would recognize them now, Mercury retrograde, and you'd pick them up and you can make something wonderful from them and align them to your actions, to your inspirations. Yeah, so that's one of it. Maybe you can start learning new things or mixing all the knowledge with new things that you learn that will expand the breadth of your horizons. And last but not least is, and don't forget, Mars continues to be in your 10th house to so be proactive at your career, the things that you want to achieve, ambition wise, your goals, go after them. It really energizes you there. While Saturn also turns direct. It's staying pretty much the whole month around the 25th, 26 degrees of Pisces. So it's in yes, it's around the 24th, 25th degree of Pisces, all 3 degrees around it, feel it. But it's turning direct for the last time for the next 30 years in Pisces. It's been in Pisces for 3 years almost. It gave a test for a lot of Pisces. It was a testing period, but it's also the end of old karma and the beginning of new karma. And now you're ending a big chapter, especially those degrees that we spoke about, Pisces. But the earlier ones as well, because Saturn is turning direct for the last time, it's turning direction for the last time in their sign. So if there was some difficulties, complications in your life, some really stuck situations where you're unclear where you're heading, situations where you are even physically restricted in some way of movement, if it's your ascendant, if it's your moon, you are emotionally burdened and kind of very blocked in some way or emotionally challenging with your sun, maybe with your goals, with important men in your life, if it's your sun in Pisces, then this starts unblocking. It starts moving forward towards the end of November and December. Saturn starts picking up and moving forward, and it just has December and January in Pisces, and then it's leaving you. You already from November will feel like lightening up of the heaviness. And in January, towards the end, you're like, you're done with Saturn. Congratulations, you started a new 28-year cycle. And whatever you're building now, because Saturn is receiving a wonderful trine from Jupiter, from the new moon, this month, November, December, even January, it will be something long lasting that will be giving fruit over the next 28 years. And it's some personal effort that you have to put because Saturn is in your sign. It doesn't fall on your lap only, but there is a lot of support from the universe towards you those 2 3 months even. And yeah, even health issues, if you had some health issues, Saturn turning direct in your first house starts untangling them. You start, if you felt blocked, what you do, where to go, What's the next step? You're receiving a lot of answers this month and clarifications and opportunities that might take some time to grow, but they might appear now. So I hope you're excited about the good news I gave you. Neptune is for the last time as well in your sign. Only the last 2-3 degrees of feeling Neptune, even the last 1-2 degrees only. But the other Pisces, the last 5 degrees Pisces, they get Saturn and Neptune, okay, heavy energies, but they get the trine from Jupiter, the trine from the new moon, and the other planets as well. So a lot of divine support from you to move you through onto the next chapter of your life. And when there is grand trine in first, fifth, ninth house, this is about empowering yourself and God showing you the way. So Pisces, congratulations. You've passed the test. Saturn is turning direct for the last time in your sign, and it will leave you alone for 28 years. I mean, it's going to demand a lot of things from you still, but you'll be building it on what you did over the last couple of years and the decisions that you took. And now, with Saturn turning direct, you might take, Pisces, some very important decision for yourself that also frees you, that gives you more freedom in the future. And you start seeing if you've been putting efforts towards some goal of yours, efforts to improve yourself, whether it's your health, your appearance, whether it was your career, some personal thing that you've been working on and putting efforts on, it starts giving results now. And you start seeing the results from, especially from the end of November, more and more and more. So yeah, congratulations. May God bless you. These divine blessings are pointed at you as one of the water signs. And if you'd like to hear what 2026 holds for you, I'm ready with my 2026 video horoscopes, 2 hours and more for each sign. I summarize the influences. It's not just, oh, this month, this month, this. It's like, no, this is the big goal you have to do 2026. And this is what's helping, and this what you shouldn't do, what will block you. So it's very kind of overall influence and where you're gonna be easy things, where the things will be difficult, how to best deal with them. I put my heart and soul in those. Hope you enjoy them. Only $19 for the next couple of weeks. Early bird promotion. Thank you so much again. And yeah, God bless.